que se subió a hacer la demo con su playera. Gracias, Hacker Garage. Y bueno, los dejo con Noel en este segundo día de JSConf que se viene. Disfrútenlo mucho, muchas charlas y muchas sorpresas de los speakers. Gracias y a todos. Hola, ¿cómo están? Buenos días.
I know yesterday you had a party of Halloween, and well, now you are not yourself. But thank you for being here. Also want to thank JSConf Mexico for this effort. This is my first time in Guadalajara, and I love the city, and of course, the food, and also the people. So be a big round of applause for the organization team. This was spectacular. Thank you very much. And well, from Barcelona, I had 16 hours by plane and I'm here. If you don't know where Barcelona is, Barcelona, Spain is here. Someone is chair of the Madrid football team? Okay, you will receive 4 hugs from me. This is good news about football. Last week, or someone said, well, you were all over Latin America. Yes, I was in Argentina, then Medellin, Colombia. I was also in San Francisco, and now in Guadalajara. So I'm here, very happy. So I was in Medellin running all about the city. There were 2 women, about 45, 50 years old, more or less, and say, oh, and I say, well, you know what? I thought Papacito was a bad thing. I think someone insulted me. I didn't know that it was a good thing, a positive thing. So it was a surprise for me. Well, but I love to be here. And we were talking about also the tradition of Mexico. But well, let's start our talk. But for sure, what you love is this. Do you know this product? Raise your hand if you have used this product. If you create a landing page and then you see all these steps. So this is the topic of my chat. So thank you very much, and I'm finished. And the people is happy, the audience is happy that I just finished. Okay, so we are going to talk about this. We have several topics right now, and well, you don't need to use this. This is what I call a serious scale of DVDTs, and it's you're using DV, and what you see, DVDTs, is an output of an AI, and this is very interesting. I don't use it every day, but when you use a prompt and you say, give me a very delicious food, you will see this. This is the result. Is this food? It's not what I was expecting. I was, well, maybe a torta ahogada, something like that. So the prompt was, give me a tasteful food. And sometimes, well, it needs more context. So it's very funny that we don't want that our aunt take our job, but for other part, we want everything. And we have a problem. So we want this relationship to work out. So today we are going to learn the last thing of JavaScript so you can write a better code, but new attributes of HTML because we need to write in JavaScript as things. So this is what you are looking for in YouTube, and new animation of SS, and you will understand everything. Is someone from backend? Well, I apologize in advance. I know that the programmation feel like this. Wow, I'm learning a lot. And then I see there's a lot to learn. But a lot of things we are going to see right now is like this. And what is important is that you know that there's a lot of things out there. So if you don't know, my name is Miguel Angel Duran. I have 15 years of experience. I'm in all the social media, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitter, and I'm very excited to introduce or to tell you that I am OnlyFans. Thank you. What is she doing with his mobile? Are you entering in mobile fans? Mobile fan? spectacular. These are my social media. And I said Instagram because if you look for my name, you will find my cousin. It's not me after eating tacos and going to Acapulco to take some sun. No. There's someone, Mirudet, and I wrote him and I say, your name is Mirudet, like mine. So, and he said, well, I will give also with $3,000. So that's why I'm midu.dev. So we're going to talk about the future of the web, not only JavaScript, CSS, HTML. Because when I started in the programmation world in my first job, I don't know, many years ago, maybe you weren't here, almost 20 years ago. Is someone less than 20 years? You? 19? Why are you here? So 20 years ago, when she wasn't here, I was in my first job already. And there, someone told me, a bad colleague, that type of colleague, a job that want to kill him. And said, well, you know what? JavaScript is only 2 years left. And Node was there. So Java will disappear. Yes, this is a picture of the feet of my colleague. So this is, well, and because today is the Day of the Dead, you will hear a lot of jokes from me. And this is a real story. Again, the feet of my colleague. I remember him. And I remember JavaScript, it was then 2 years left. Again, I'm just making jokes. So all these products, ChatGPT, the product, and all the people that is asking me about some ChatGPT, what I'm saying is all these products, and if you think of the first that I was created was a web page with web technology, so the users can use this page. It is all these languages that are undervalued, and they are using an engine that is giving life to millions of web pages. So when it's a success product, is there, and the majority is through a web page. And then you start talking about a lot about it. But the important thing is internet, and web page has more than 5 billion of users. So there is another technology. Who doesn't have this mobile or some device with Wi-Fi access so everyone can access? Then we have 2 billion of web pages that we needed to be supported and maintained. And well, 2 billion, some of them dead, of course. But this is my quote that I will use. Always bet on the web, because even though people is trying to kill it, web will be there at the end of the day. And I will listen in this more than 20 years studying. And when I was at college, say, you know what, programming will not last more than 2 days, and still here. And 1 year later in Spain, you know what, architects were not there anymore. So what is important for me, we are in JSConf, and we are going to talk about JavaScript. And the point is, you don't have to write always JavaScript. So we're going to make a quiz, you are going to work this morning, we have HTML with a format, but there is a button outside the form, and we'll do a summit and watch, because this button is outside. So I will use this button. How could we achieve this? 1, it's impossible. 2, with JavaScript. 3, in pim install, because everything will be solved with this. You will have all this. And 4, with HTML. So please say the number of the correct answer. Well, I couldn't hear, but it doesn't matter. Maybe HTML, maybe, or well, we can ask ChatGPT, but I think you will say JavaScript, number 2. Well, I will ask ChatGPT. It's more intelligent than all of us together. So again, some save button outside the form. Let's ask ChatGPT. Please don't lie to me, otherwise I will lose my job. So this is the answer of ChatGPT. Number 2 is an aside button. I will select the button and I will follow the steps. And now my code is ready. But in reality, it's like this. Okay. Sorry if this remembrance of the ninja is now broken down. This is a simple way. There is a simple thing. You need to use the JavaScript. So please help us to improve this. So now someone told me in my ear, well, just eat a torta ahogada and use the attribute contact form, and then you put a type of summit, and that's it. And I say, what? Is this for real? Yes, of course. You will see it. You will have the support of all the, this is older than Dr. Simi. The first user was Dr. Simi. And that attribute from HTML that avoid a lot of JavaScript is very old. Raise your hand if you didn't know this. Okay. So be patient. So HTML, programmation language. But as you see, you can avoid doing this JavaScript code. Raise your hand if you know HTML. Yes, everyone except backend. Did you know that you can capture image and video with HTML from your mobile, from your both cameras, because I have all the devices, it's native and works pretty well. It's not so beautiful, but it worked out. Or there is a very interesting element that you can have pronunciation, phonetics, or meaning to words, and you don't have to do anything with styles. So this is very old, just as Dr. Simi. So what is new is a search element. So you will have semantic load or semantic chart. And this is the results of the searches. So with this, I ask ChatGPT, if there is a search tag, is there a search tag in HTML? And there is an input and say, well, something. And I'm seeing this, I can think that this is very new. Maybe there is not a very good support, but all the new or browsers, they have this support. It's not because ChatGPT has not been trained recently, because ChatGPT is based of what are the things are talking in internet. So if no one is talking, well, in the future, maybe ChatGPT, we will think that everything is true. But there is a problem there. Can you see what this is? A hamburger or anti-hamburger? But if you ask ChatGPT, the answer is a pineapple. It can be a hamburger. So that's why we need to be very careful. More things about HTML. So more switches of the checkbox, and you can have this form. It's now compatible with Safari, and this is weird. So something that is very important is, this switch and this call tips and HTML and CSS. And you can see the anchor then, and as we can tell, I want this button and anchor then is anchor and pop over that we need to have. So these tooltips, native tooltips, and where it must be shown, upper in the upper part, in the right or left. So we will have at the end something like this. This is the tooltip, totally native. And this has a total support, and there is a little problem that is we need to take care. Otherwise, it will not be easy. But the position anchor, or to put it in something, must be manual. It's not compatible with all the browsers. But for the future of the where is an initiative that all the browser have, and there are in accordance all of them, and they sat in a room and now they agree, and now there is like a baseline for the 2020 Firefox, Safari, Chrome, and now there is a series of technologies, and all the browsers will have it, so like the pop over. Another thing of HTML is they're going for JavaScript. There is an AP, Invoker API, and this is a proposal. And let's see something about this. And there are two attributes. You will have the possibility, this is the proposal, and you will have commands for elements. For example,
we have a button that will open the model, and instead of using JavaScript to open that model, we could use the attribute to indicate when you click on that button, open the model, and even to close it within the model. So when you do the sandwich, you just close the model, and that is just with a bit of JavaScript code. This would work perfectly according to your type of problem. And this is something important. This is just a proposal. This is just a proposal. So it's advanced a lot. It's been regarded well, and maybe this is not the end version of the API. We have talked about HTML, which is like the structure, and now we will have to talk about CSS, which is the tejuino of the web. It's what gives it flavor. So this is my colleague doing CSS. Please raise your hand to see if you recognize them. Now I'm going to speak slower so that everybody. Okay, I'm joking. I'm really thankful for every backend engineer who has come here, because the problem is that backend engineers do not touch CSS. They say they do not touch CSS, but it's thankful that sometimes they do that. So I am going to teach you backend engineers to center a div. And you are going to learn it without flex, without grid, without weird hacks. You are going to be strange and without asking ChatGPT as well. So in CSS, recently, just a year ago, they added the possibility of vertically aligning elements, display block elements, which is the default display of elements. So you can align content center, and that aligns vertically. And to do it horizontally, you could use margin auto, which is typical, or margin inline, which aligns horizontally. So with just 2 lines of CSS, you can do it. So with this, you can have it centered, and it's widely supported. So 81% support. Here is where people get mad at me, because in Twitter, there's people hidden, and when I publish something in here, they just shout, "What's the support?" And they complain that it's not 100% because I can't use it. So nothing is supported. Here is somebody complaining in Twitter. Support, 100% support does not exist and will never exist in the web. And this is something that sometimes we don't take into account with JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. There is not a single language or styling language out there that has the challenges of these 3 languages that have to be backwards compatible with millions of products on the internet. So it doesn't matter. Java has versions, so you can just break a lot of things. Python does not go from version above 3, because when it went from 2 to 3, it was a whole drama. And JavaScript had to be backwards compatible with websites that were created 20 years ago. And you can't fix it, because if you fix JavaScript, you break a lot of pages out there. So you would break the best things about the internet. So 100% support does not exist. It does not matter how old it is. I don't know if you use something very, very old, you will see that 99% support, because somebody in Alaska was using Internet Explorer 3 and was not supported. So it's important that if you want to ensure support and compatibility, you can use tools such as PostCSS to be able to compile that code, something that is compatible for everyone. A new functionality of CSS that I love, it's simple, and it's very visually impactful, is to improve titles with a CSS line. This is a page that I found randomly on the internet. For example, JSConf Mexico. Maybe it's a coincidence. But you can see the speakers here, and you can see that there are loose words in the line break. And it makes me nervous, because you have space, you can do that better. But CSS has a new property that fixes this with a line, which is called text wrap balance. And look at the difference. If we activate it, changes. And if we deactivate it, it changes again. So it uses the space available to balance the text and uses the content that visually looks better and has a full support in modern browsers. But the best thing is that this is a progressive improvement. So if the browser does not support it, well, what's the worst that can happen? It already looked bad, so it will look the same. So 80% of users now are going to look at it and it's going to look good. So it's an improvement. So I asked a friend of mine, and I asked, I have a long title in an H1 tag, and sometimes there is a loose word. And how can I fix it? And he starts saying a lot of things about white space and a bunch of lies. So I had to get the big guns. so that my friend would listen to me. So I told my friend that my late grandma would do it with a text balance. And is this true, or my dead grandmother was crazy? And he says, your grandmother was very ahead of her time because text wrap balance was not in CSS, but that is a property that could arrive soon to browsers. So my friend was not convinced by my grandmother. You have to be careful because it has full compatibility with all modern browsers. And what does modern mean? It means that it's not Internet Explorer. So that's one of the browsers that updates automatically. Something else that I love about CSS is animating content following the scroll. If you ask my friend here is how can I animate CSS elements if I scroll down the page? Then he says, you can subscribe to an event in JavaScript. And I say, you don't understand. I do not want to use JavaScript. And he does the animation. Look at this animation. Okay, I will tell a joke later. I don't want to tell it right now. So I went to run for a run with Guillermo Rauch. You can see the image in Twitter. And I see the image, the photo, and then he says the reply was, what a run. So, hey, we've been to different places. So let's move on. How would we do this animation where we do the scroll and images appear faded in? We would install dependencies, because what do developers do? Daily, we meet together, we ask ChatGPT, and we have another meeting, and then move forward. So npm install would be like this. npm install, you run it, and you install a lot of things. So if I told you that what we saw does not have any JavaScript and just 2 CSS lines, that is quite a difference. Of course, we can do it with JavaScript. So you would have to subscribe to the event and then animate each element, but you can do it with 2 lines of CSS. And I love that everybody has their phones out because I'm going to show you the code. First, the keyframes. It could be even less lines because we could do transitions. But we told them to go from 0 opacity and then move the opacity up when we do the scroll and to look at the position where it should be. And then the lines for CSS for the image are these. We told them that we want to use the reveal that we created, that it should go from forward to backwards, and then the view of the element. So when the element is in the viewport, you want to start the timeline. So when it's starting this user viewport, you start the animation, and when it fully appears, it's fully present. So the animation should end there, but you should indicate with the property animation range. You can just fix the scope of the timeline. And this is how you set the settings of the animation that you want so that it appears as soon as possible and not only when it's all the way up there. And it's just 2 lines of CSS because this animation that I'm showing you here, not just for the demo, because I have JavaScript challenge website for December, the animation that you see here is exactly the 12 lines of CSS, not more and not less. Has somebody done the Advent.js? Well, everyone should do it. You are invited to do it in December. It's for free and it's 24 programming challenges. And the spoiler is that this year, you can also do it in Python. I love that there is one Python person here. Cops, please grab him. This is the JS conference. It's hard to make it Python compatible. There is another animation that you can do in the portfolio where the header also changes in the scroll. So if you can tell that, you can blur the header and change the opacity when scrolling. And you can do it also with CSS, with these lines of codes. So instead of doing the element in the viewport, you can detect the scroll of the page. So this is the range. When we go all the way up there until there are 200 pixels in scroll. You used to do it in JavaScript. So this is the best part about CSS because not everything is writing JavaScript. Something very interesting about animation is transitions. So imagine that code. We had a modal here with a button, and the button opens the modal. And I'm very angry about this because I want to do a simple transition so that when you click the button, the modal appears larger. It not just appears suddenly. So I asked ChatGPT, and this is what I got. I asked to open a modal that becomes larger, and the scale is 1. When it's not, it's 0. But it doesn't work. So ChatGPT has again fooled me. But the problem here is that the intermediate state does not exist. It's like a switch on and off. So transition does not exist. It should go from 0 to 1. We have a new property, which indicates what is the initial style of the transition. So when it's open, I want the initial style, the scale is 0. So you already know what's the initial state. And now you would have the state at opening, but at closing, it's different. You used to do that in JavaScript, and it used to be more complex. But when you want to do it at the close, you have to add an additional line with a display in the script, which allows for a transition for properties that are like interrupt with switches. So none or block. But what we can do here is to tell it that when you are done transitioning the scale, you have to switch the display. So instead of doing it from the beginning, so wait 0.3 seconds and you change the property of the display. We can do it and it works correctly. And with a few lines of CSS, we can do a transition that used to be a lot more complicated. But if there is a best transition, is the transition between pages with CSS. Do you know this project? It's from a friend of mine who lives in Spain. He has done very well. We broadcasted it live with tweets in cooperation with Ibai, and it's fully recorded in YouTube. And it was super cool. So Ibai, when he saw the website, he was amazed at this animation. And it was this animation right here. So when you selected somebody, it changed the website, but it changed the image from one website to another. So it takes elements from one side to the other. And we can do it in this page here or in the home page. So when we see the fighter, so maybe Alana, this image goes through the next page and makes a transition. And this is with 0 lines of JavaScript. There is no JavaScript. And this is not a single page application. It's not the same page. These are 2 different pages, but the browser knows how to do transition and element between them. So what we have to do is add the view transition and navigation auto, which allows the possibility to carry elements from one page to another. And in the HTML, we have index.html, and here we have a style of the image. So this image, view transition, is Alana photo, because we need to identify each element that we need to carry. So it has to be a unique name. So you have to know that the element is the same that we're going to take to the detail page. So this is how we connect two different pages. So recover that element and extract it to take it to the next page with a transition. Here we have the index, get the Alana image, and then what the browser does is takes it to the detail. And that is how it does that effect, which is a great effect. It's a very clean transition among different pages. And this is a progressive improvement. It's not a full support. So if the angry person without support cannot use it in Internet Explorer, no, you can't use it. So it's a progressive improvement. It's something that's very important in the web. We cannot always use the latest and the greatest. I mean, we may, but there are users who won't see it, but nothing will happen because we are progressively making improvements. We are providing a better experience to some users. And if there are users that cannot see it, well, they will not see the animation, but the websites should work. So Safari and Chrome already has support. Firefox is working on it. Firefox is like the new Internet Explorer, but it's getting there. The best thing is that there are frameworks from Astro or Axe who has native support with very few lines of code, and also Next.js. I think it's the most used. You have libraries, which you can do that, how we can do that from React components, how to take elements from one page to the other. So I am looking at your faces here, looking at the animation. I know that you want to add all this information to your portfolio. I know that you want to add that to your portfolio, and I like that. But now we're going to talk about the crown jewel, which is JavaScript. C#, please make a sum with these numbers. And then it says it can't. JavaScript, please multiply this object with a string. And JavaScript says yes. JavaScript can do whatever you want. It's great. But one of the things about JS that has been constant feedback is the lack of static types. So who prefers TypeScript from JavaScript? Please raise your hand. Okay, it was not what I expected. So please, JavaScript on the left, TypeScript on the right. So it's normal. But also people who is not a backend engineer also does this. The good thing is that we have a runtime environment who are alternatives to Node.js that supports the syntax of TypeScript. So it doesn't review the typo control, but you can use the syntax. And the best news is that Node.js also has experimental support besides the syntax of TypeScript. So they added from a recent version, which is the LTS, and you can use some types. It doesn't check types, but you can check syntax. And all of this that is coming, if you don't check typos, well, what's the use? But the useful, what kind of editor do you use? Do you use VS Code? Vim? It's very good. So VS Code already had a native typo check. So if you are in the editor and you have the typo control in the editor, so Node should do that. It'll be great if it does it, but it's a significant improvement. So this is the response from a proposal in JavaScript. That's a proposal that maybe it's going to happen or not, but it's trying to add the syntax from TypeScript to JavaScript. So you would be able to use TypeScript syntax with, and it's something similar to Python. So in Python, there's something interesting. So the types are used as annotations with a very similar syntax to TypeScript. So this is very interesting from the web API to be used with JavaScript. The first one is web GPU, which is a new API which allows you to access the graphics card of your computer 100%. We used to have an API, but it was diminished. But this new API allows for something very interesting because it's being able to run in the browser full models of AI. So here you can use ChatGPT fully in your browser without serverless. So you would import a library, which is called WebLLM. So you would download some gigabytes and you can have that downloaded and you won't have to pay for anything. I'm going to tell you something very interesting. It's called remove.bg. Maybe you have used it. That works in your browser and you have to pay for it. And it's making a lot of money because it doesn't even need a backend. So it charges you for using the product. But it doesn't have any cost for that. You just download the model from WebAssembly, you run it, and let's start charging for it. So you tell it the model that you want to use, we start it, you download it, and you have like your own ChatGPT. It's not as powerful, but you can use it to translate, to review articles. You would have new functionalities with these types of uses. So you would have these models integrated in the browser without having a server. If you're interested, I have in my YouTube a video where we explain to you. And something that we saw in Chrome is Windows.ai because we have access to Gemini Nano, a Google model that is very easy to use. Unfortunately, it's not supported by every browser. It's just an experimental phase. And it doesn't have any cost. You do not have to use a server or call an API. And with these lines of codes, you could do your own ChatGPT 100% on the client without having to download anything. And there are a lot of interesting things that I want to talk about, but I do want to mention something that is going to improve your life, which is the new array methods. First, to reverse search in JavaScript, you would have to just turn the array around and you would have to do a lot of things. But now, and this is fully supported, there is a method called findLast, which finds the element starting from the end. So with a line of code, you already have it. And another element is the .at, because when you want to access the last element in the array, you would have to do a lot, and then you have to ask ChatGPT how to write length, how is it spelled. But now with .at, you can just put -1 and access to the same position. And it works just the same. So the curse of the arrays, and this is why many people hate JavaScript, is that there are methods that are very capricious that returns a copy, but there are other methods that return something but modifies the original. Now I'm going to use some food as example. So there is a method called .reverse where you can turn the array around. So I have this food here. I'm going to turn it around. And now I want to use the regular array. But why is it doing this? Why is it hurting me? Why do you modify the original array? I did not tell you to modify the original array. But the thing is, it's not the only thing. There is reverse, splice, short, and then it does a copy. So why is this happening? So now there is to reverse. So it returns a copy and it leaves the original as it is. And we also have to unsort, which returns a copy. So we used to have splice and then to splice that returns a copy. And we have something very interesting that if you are a user of the framework React Vue is .with, because the alternative right now, if you want to modify an element of an array, is that you use the brackets of the position and you assign it, but .with what does is an element of position 1, I want you to change it to this value and it will return the value. So in React, you wanted to return a copy, you did a .map, you manually create a copy, but this method is a lot faster because you do not have to iterate it or create a new copy and modify it. And about the future of JavaScript, I really like, and you have to be careful. There are very interesting proposals. Do you know this about these proposals? So a very typical code is this one here. So you are creating a synchronous code. And what you were looking for with this proposal is to do something like this. When you work in Go, looks good. So this is what JavaScript has. One day there's a proposal and the next day there's a corpse. So a few weeks ago, it changed the name. Now it's called Try Express. And the idea is that you can assign a try cat. And the result of that, you can assign it to another variable. And the most interesting that is that there's a line where I comment, and the try expressions, what it does is that the last line with an expression has an implicit challenge. So if you put a true or false, if that is an expression, that is what's going to be assigned to the variable result. There is another proposal that looks good that is called do expressions. So do, you're going to do all this, and the result of this expression, I want you to assign it to the sum. And this is very interesting because it allows us to do assignments that normally would have to work around, create the variable a lot farther. And these variables are here within the scope and you cannot access from the outside. So this is going to come soon, the JavaScript and native reactivity. So if you use Angular Vue, but you want it to arrive fully native to the language, and then the proposal is about fixing arrays and objects, because something that makes me very angry about JavaScript is that you have these two objects. If I compare this with other objects, and it says that it's false, and we know why it's false, but we're angry about it. I know that there are different references, but the values are the same. So they are working on other types of primitive data, which are immutable objects. So what it does is comparisons. So if middle is like this and I have a record that is like this, so it will be true. You need to do it with nested comparisons. So with objects, it's very complicated, and with nested records, it's also complicated. It would be an immutable array, and it looks good. So you have to take into account that this is in phase 2, so it can arrive or not arrive. If you can look at more proposals, this is open source. So some things will never arrive, but it's important to know them and to see how they are going to evolve. Another proposal is that they want to separate it into flavors. So JavaScript is on one side and it's more simple, like Babel, TypeScript, to have a different specification. That's a proposal that I'm not really going to listen to because, you know, a presentation that is created in Comic Sans is not serious. So we're going to stay with JavaScript. But to finish this talk, the web continues to evolve, and it's very interesting that you are updated because you will be able to write better code and less code. And if you want to learn anything about the things you have seen today, you have a lot of resources in Midu, the courses that are available, which are free. You don't have to pay for any of them. So you have a lot of resources. And here you have all the links to these resources. And this is where you should take a picture. Here are the links. And finally, I know that today is the Day of the Dead, but there is an initiative that I'm doing about programming challenges for Halloween. So you can do that. It's 5 challenges from easy to hard. And I invite you all to practice to improve your programming logic. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mido. I think we have just time for just one quick question, please, and not too difficult. Someone from the audience? This means that everything was explained perfectly. Well, picture. And I love this because later someone will approach me and say, no, you know what? I have a question. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Midu. I think the micro is a little bit down. So we will continue with our agenda. It's our second day. Remember, we have an upper stage. It's in the second floor. Right now, we are having Kevin Chavez, web performance, until, the next one, it will be Kevin. And then Juan Ortiz. Yeah, everything is ready here in the main stage. Now I'm going to introduce our next speaker. She's going to talk about a technology, AIPM. It's pretty cool. So to avoid that situation with PN and PN, I have, I love this technology. I will use it in more projects. So with no further ado, I will introduce Colin Casey. Él es un programador políglota en Java, Ruby y más. De todos estos lenguajes, el que él ama es JavaScript. Y también en Heroku. Es responsable de proporcionar apoyo para JavaScript en Heroku, en la plataforma Heroku. Esto le permite a él a trabajar con comunidades de open source en Cloud Native Build Packs, así también con proyectos de Node.js ecosistemas. Cuando no está haciendo código, lo pueden encontrar viendo películas con su familia o tocando algún instrumento musical. Un aplauso para Colin. Hola a todos. Muchas gracias por tenerme aquí en esta conferencia. Mi nombre es Colin y bueno, soy el dueño de este lenguaje PMTS y parte de mi rol es entender las herramientas que están utilizando los desarrolladores de las diferentes comunidades y el propósito de, bueno, cuando ustedes llegan a Roku, esa experiencia de desplegar todas esas aplicaciones es que sea muy fluida, sin ningún sobresalto en esta plataforma. Recientemente tengo un apoyo de JNPM y también de Node.js. Aquí está mi diapositiva y voy a continuar. Así que agregué este apoyo PMTS y con BuildPack y npm en Yard. Y le he dedicado casi un año con PNPM y estoy bastante impresionado con esta herramienta, su eficiencia, su velocidad, la forma en que maneja y también cómo aísla estos bundles y también todas las características que proporciona, que ustedes van a encontrar, por ejemplo, en las librerías y para todos sus proyectos, y cómo estos bundles o cómo los agrupa. Y bueno, esto son estas herramientas de PNPM y en mi opinión, PNPM son las mejores de las tres. Y en mi día a día ya se convirtió en el administrador o en el manager de todos los grupos o empaques y como desarrollador espero que los pueda convencer que lo utilicen, que le den una oportunidad y van a terminar gustándolo y también va a ser su favorito. PNPM, si nunca han escuchado, es bastante rápido, es este Package Manager, muy eficiente y es una alternativa para algunas de estas funciones. Bueno, ya ha estado en el mercado por algún tiempo. Hubo un periodo en los primeros años de PNPM. Creo que ninguno de ustedes estuvo satisfecho con esta parte, las primeras partes, pero era una parte de experimentación en estos package managers y eran de los primeros. Y Yarn en ese momento era bastante fuerte, sobre todo para aplicaciones como Facebook, pero había otros administradores de package, quizás como IED, quizás escucharon de eso, que fue creado con una respuesta directa de npm3 y después con las dependencias. Estaban tratando de resolver este agrupamiento o este anidamiento. Y esto nos llevó a nuevos módulos que eran más grandes. Ya se perdió otra vez la pantalla. IED o IED, de nuevo, era para los cambios que se estaban haciendo y se lanzó porque podía resolver estos tipos de concesiones y que metió npm 3. Pero PNP viene directamente de IED y de nuevo es un package manager. Una vez que se creó, un desarrollador ucraniano es el que lo mantiene, está creciendo y desde entonces está ahí. Y cada año más y más personas se están encontrando y usando PNPM, utilizando sobre todo las métricas que quieren usar y está quizás entre el 5 y 10 ahora, y quien lo mantiene es Zoltan Pujan. Creo que no estamos con la diapositiva correcta. Bueno, PNPM es más grande y sobre todo más velocidad. ¿Le pueden refrescar en el navegador, por favor? ¿Sí? Para poder tener control otra vez. Bueno, estamos pasando por dificultades técnicas. Bueno, P es de performance, so PNPM es en un punto de nuevo muy veloz y los voy a comparar con otros package manager. Es el más rápido de los tres y vamos viendo cómo funciona y cómo está esto con las ganancias con la velocidad. Aquí hay un ejemplo muy simple. Tenemos package JSON con bastantes dependencias porque vamos a estar hablando de mucho de las dependencias. Lo voy a hacer lo más simple posible. De nuevo, tenemos estas dependencias de A y de B. Y dentro de todas estas dependencias, bueno, hay esta transferencia hacia un paquete C. Y todos dependen del paquete C o el package C a diferentes. Y creo que algunas veces no se ve esa parte, que no se permite este tipo de cosas que sucedan. En otros lenguajes no les permiten tener una dependencia que coexista con una diferente versión. Ruby, Java, otros lenguajes no pueden tener dos dependencias en conflicto, pero Node lo puede hacer. Y la forma en que lo puede hacer es por la resolución de sus módulos. Necesitamos este paquete. En ese tiempo era twice, y lo que se hacía era ver en el folder en donde estábamos pidiendo el package y luego ya veíamos el nombre y luego el paquete o el package que ustedes pedían. Después iba a un directorio y lo trataba nuevamente otra vez hasta seguir este sistema y hasta si se encontraba. Pero esta capacidad es lo que permite que los package managers localicen las dependencias. Y ahí tenemos estas versiones conflictivas, pero si pueden o no coexistir. Entonces, bueno, con PNPM, la primera vez que ustedes lo hacen, van a tener este folder medio extraño, que es totalmente diferente, sobre todo si estaban utilizando NPM o Yarn. Pero con esta estructura en pareja, con esta resolución de los módulos, no hay este anidamiento profundo o deep nesting y ya no hay más duplicación porque todas las dependencias están en una estructura plana y no permite a estas también dependencias tipo Phantom, que era también lo que pasaba en NPM3 y estas duplicaciones con estos módulos. Esta estructura funciona muy bien para sus módulos. Entonces, limita este deep nesting y minimiza la duplicación de los módulos. Vamos viendo más de esta estructura. Sus módulos están más planos en esta parte virtual. Aquí está este folder PNPM y aquí se refiere a el almacenamiento y todos los módulos se instalan en esta estructura con un nombre del paquete o package name que ahí está, ya no hay tanta dependencia. Y van a tener esta estructura que se va a ver básicamente así. Y simbólicamente crea de esta dependencia y de este anidamiento. Lo que pueden ver aquí, y ya no hay este folder, y se tiene nada más referencias a esos paquetes que se declararon. Si ustedes veían este folder de NPM, aquí hay más en este directorio, más allá de estos paquetes o packages. Así que en esta raíz, la parte superior, es donde viven. Hay estos links simbólicos para esta estructura. Y de la misma manera, esta dependencia entre cada módulo tienen estas dependencias y después a la estructura. Se reducen todas estas duplicaciones y permite a que coexistan debido a que son totalmente transparentes en el proceso. Hay estos links simbólicos. También los contenidos de los módulos per se de hecho no hay duplicaciones. Copy and write, no hay clones de los archivos que se han almacenado. Todo esto depende del soporte y de hecho no tienen un extra espacio en su disco duro. Así que no importa si tienen 20 proyectos, si ustedes instalan todo esto, no van a agregar espacio extra en su disco duro. Todo viene de la tienda. Vean ahora la tienda virtual. El PNPM, esta tienda global, ahí están todos sus proyectos, todos sus módulos. Y aquí está, es un contenido. Ustedes pueden accesar a través del contenido, por ejemplo, módulo A, y van a ir por él. Y PNPM empieza a ver primero el índice en el módulo y va a ver los contenidos. Y luego va a utilizar un algoritmo y va a regresar como con una llave, un key, en donde está guardado en esta tienda global. Y después se va a otro file, a otro archivo en el mismo módulo, y es bastante estándar el proceso, cómo lo encuentra, y hace lo mismo, ve el contenido, le da un hash key y luego lo manda a la tienda global para el módulo B. También esto es como una clase de MIT. El contenido de este archivo es el mismo y cuando se pone a través de este hash key, termina con la misma llave que el otro módulo. Nada más se almacena una sola vez, en una forma única, dependiendo del contenido. Entonces, imagínense si tienen múltiples versiones del módulo y luego hacen cambios, no están utilizando más espacio ni tampoco necesitan almacenamiento extra. Esto minimiza el espacio que se utiliza en sus módulos, en el disco duro. Y hace que el último archivo almacenado esté. Sí. Y eso lo hacen todos sus proyectos. Y de nuevo hay que ver cómo se hace este procedimiento. Y cómo hay todo, si todo está disperso en sus módulos o cada módulo que ustedes utilicen es increíblemente eficiente y les da un apalancamiento sobre todo para el espacio. En cuanto a la velocidad, PNPM hace cosas diferentes que otros paquetes. La instalación, por ejemplo, en batches como en lotes, también la resolución, cómo va por ellos, cómo los obtiene y estos pequeños chunks, PNPM lo hace a través de módulos. Empieza a resolver y va a maximizar el trabajo que se debe de hacer. Y esto significa que una vez que hace la resolución en cada módulo, luego se va al proyecto y aunque va y busca, cuando todo ya está hecho, ya y todo está completado, es de una forma más inteligente de hacer el trabajo cuando instalan o echan a correr procesos. Y de nuevo, la velocidad es importante. Luego también tenemos un cache de efectos secundarios, si hay dependencias nativas, estos módulos, si hay ciertos hooks. Y también hay un cache. Y se pueden utilizar estos módulos en diferentes lugares y de nuevo la tienda global les va a dar una inmensa velocidad. Van a ver la velocidad de PNPM al usarlo. Y si eso es lo único que van a aprender de PNPM el día de hoy, creo que eso va a ser muy bueno. A veces se corre el PNPM para otros desarrolladores, se instala de nuevo, se espere a que todo se complete y la cantidad de tiempo que ustedes pueden instalar en el día. Y creo que también eso sería una ganancia, tener esta herramienta para terminar con su trabajo. Y hay más características del PNPM que vale la pena que las revisen. Por ejemplo, para mantener las aplicaciones de la librería, porque en toda la vida del proyecto van a ver o van a no solo instalar las dependencias, pero también esto se hace en el día a día. De nuevo, es una buena característica del PNPM. Aquí lo vemos, cómo está el workspaces, y también hay características similares, pero PNPM tiene como cosas únicas. Pero también el protocolo del espacio de PNPM indica que el paquete es local, que de lo que ustedes están utilizando. Este es un poco diferente de cómo lo usaba NPM, de cómo detectaba el nombre y la versión. Este es un proyecto local que está en sync. Y de nuevo, la dependencia que quizás no puedan ir a buscarlo en su espacio local. Pero con el protocolo que tiene NPM se puede garantizar que su paquete va a estar en su lugar de trabajo o workspace desde el inicio, y pueden indicar que quieren una versión en específico y estar en sync. Se instala, se echa a correr, y si no hace match con lo que ustedes están buscando, entonces de nuevo, este protocolo garantiza que no van a ser errores tontos o sencillos en sus proyectos. En Workspace también, y creo que esto van a encontrar de nuevo la velocidad de PNP muy interesante. Y esto está creciendo y creciendo, van a tener múltiples proyectos, y bueno, de nuevo, la instalación es lo que quizás hacen que sea difícil, pero con PNPM van a ver que es una característica increíble y vale la pena que la prueben. Algo más nuevo que se acaba de agregar son los catálogos, y eso me gusta. Es una forma de declarar las versiones dependientes y de las constantes. Así que si ustedes tienen un workspace con un buen número de componentes UI, y, por ejemplo, con React, quizás van a tener esta referencia y esta pieza fundamental de sus dependencias. Cada proyecto va a tener esta dependencia quizás duplicada para Go React, y quizás quizás quieran hacer una actualización en el paquete, pero lo olvidan hacer en otro módulo. O actualizar. Y bueno, esto catálogo se hace una sola vez, y cada vez que ustedes necesiten esa versión, pueden asegurarse a través del catálogo que va a ser en esa específica versión. Así que esta es una buena característica. Pueden utilizar el catálogo en default o con diferentes sets de nombres y dependencias. Aquí está el ejemplo para ver en React y ver cómo se hace para decir quiero la versión 17. Y si voy a hacer una actualización en el catálogo, lo hago y lo voy a ver. Esto es grandioso. Aliases también existen en estos package managers, y es una forma de asignar el nombre, y no pueden tener dependencias directas en estas versiones con el mismo nombre. Pero si alguna vez han hecho, por ejemplo, una actualización, un upgrade, en los últimos, como lo vimos en la última diapositivas, vimos cómo se hace con Go React, y tienen una web application, y hay cientos de páginas que necesitan ser cambiadas y actualizadas, y quizás no quieran hacer todo ese trabajo. Puede ser un poco riesgoso y pueden sentir que eso me va a tomar mucho tiempo, y lo quieren hacer como en un gran parte, un gran trozo, y entonces hay forma de hacerlo. Hay un enfoque o un área que podemos actualizar. he hecho esta técnica en el pasado y para hacerlo necesitan tener que los módulos coexistan y tenemos esta nueva versión de forma segura y los aliases. Es tener dos diferentes nombres, la misma dependencia y luego hacer una transición o una phase transition actualizada, mejorada y no tienen que enfrentarse a hacer como en grandes trozos. Esta es una muy buena característica si tienen este tipo de posición o de cosas que hacer. También hay otras cosas como que van a encontrar como si ustedes hacen el soporte o el mantenimiento de esto y la realidad, bueno, no siempre es perfecta. Hay muchas cosas ahí que no trabajan como deberían de ser y cuando te las encuentras, muchas veces les damos la vuelta o el enfrentarnos es con este problema de dependencias. Y ahora, como el PNPM tiene estas dependencias, pues hay módulos que dependen en el hosting y esto apalanca una técnica que no es tan confiable. Por ejemplo, sistemas plugin y que tratan de ser como un auto-discovery, módulos que tienen y que los tienen que arreglar o los tienen que acomodar y pueden hacer este autodescubrimiento de plugin. Así que cuando se encuentra con este tipo de proyectos, módulos y dependencias, PNPM es bastante muy bien, es bastante bueno con el compliance. Tiene todas estas capacidades de cómo funciona el NPM, de cómo se espera que funcione. Y si no funciona con NPM, no va a cambiar. Va a tomar tiempo que las personas tengan o construyan o arreglen sus módulos de forma apropiada, pero ya el PNPM les permite a ustedes hacer esta actualización y es muy beneficioso. Lo pueden hacer por paquetes o nada más con sus dependencias o en todas sus dependencias, si lo quieren hacer ya de forma completa y también con el hosting. Y de nuevo, hay que tener esa opción como los que mantenemos o como los que hacemos el soporte. Hay muchas herramientas para hacerlo. Overrides es otra cosa que también está muy a la mano, nos sirve mucho. Si tenemos un paquete que tiene esta dependencia y hay una vulnerabilidad en esto, no tenemos todo el control directo, no tenemos una forma de decir quiero actualizar esta versión, sino que viene de otro paquete. Overrides es una forma de manipular estas dependencias y aunque no tengamos este control, podemos utilizar estas overrides o anulaciones para estos proyectos que están a través de todas sus dependencias y las pueden reemplazar con si hay alguna vulnerabilidad. Y PNPM tiene esta edición interesante para estas anulaciones. Y esta edición interesante en donde pueden utilizar hasta para quitar las dependencias, porque muchas veces nada más utilizamos una fracción de la misma, pero debido a esto también hay este costo. Quizás hay veces que nada más sabemos que utilizamos un solo pedacito, y sabemos que si quitamos los otros pedazos no vamos a afectar el resto y lo hacemos más rápido. Es otra técnica en donde que PNPM nos proporciona. Esto se extiende hasta a la metadata que vienen en los paquetes. Porque hay veces que confiamos en módulos que olvidamos incluir información esencial. En Yarn, en PNPM, mantienen estas librerías y aplica de forma automática en estas extensiones. Pero si están en esta posición, que están confiando en esta librería y que no tiene los metadatos que debería de tener y solo tienen que hacer como una línea bubble core para esa lista de dependencias, pueden utilizar el PNPM para modificar las dependencias opcionales, las dependencias o peer dependencies meta. Aquí más características que les van a permitir trabajar con todas estas dependencias que las usamos día a día. Y luego llegamos al patching. Esto es algo que yo utilizo recientemente. PNPM nos permite aplicar como este parche de código o este code patch. Tengo un caso en donde estoy como apalancando, mejorando una herramienta para una documentación. Hay un par de bugs en eso. Y afecta cómo se ve el documento y lo quiero arreglar. Pero submito esto para los mantenedores o los apoyadores, los que hacen el mantenimiento, y hay un backlog muy grande. Y hacer un triage y no arreglan ese bug en mucho tiempo. Y yo me canso de esperar. ¿Qué hago mientras tanto? Puedo arreglar esa dependencia PNPM con este parche en la versión. Pueden hacer estas modificaciones que ustedes utilizan, estas vulnerabilidades o dependencias que tienen, y después pueden almacenar su proyecto y cada vez que se instale esa dependencia, PNPM va a aplicar ese parche y ustedes van a arreglar esa parte del bug. Y en un futuro, el que hace el mantenimiento del proyecto va a arreglar el problema y ya pueden quitar los parches. Es una muy buena forma de resolver estas situaciones que también las tenemos en el día a día. Si nada de lo anterior funciona, de verdad va a funcionar para ustedes. PNPM tiene esta característica única y les va a permitir este control en el manifiesto y las interdependencias instaladas en el workspace. Cuando el paquete se busca en una fase de resolución, pueden tener este file en sus proyectos.
Y cuando se ve una dependencia resuelta, los paquetes de esta dependencia, si se necesitan, los puede modificar en su lugar, de modo que la salida estará incluida en la resolución, en el algoritmo de resolución, y se usará como si el paquete se viera de la forma en la que lo está modificando. Puede ser una herramienta muy poderosa si ninguna de las demás funciones de menor costo funciona. Se puede bajar el nivel y ver y modificar la parte interna de PNPM y de los paquetes, de los archivos del paquete. Entonces, PNPM tiene mucho poder, más allá de la velocidad y de la eficiencia como caso de uso. Y son las cosas que me encuentro constantemente en mi trabajo con JavaScript. Tener este conjunto de funciones en el administrador de paquetes es algo muy bueno. Por último, sobre PNPM, ¿qué valor proporciona para la comunidad de Node? Si se pone atención a la conferencia de Sara ayer, fue que ella dijo algo sobre el desarrollo de UI y cómo la diversidad que está ocurriendo en este espacio, todos estos frameworks están aprendiendo entre sí y se están mejorando entre sí. Y lo mismo sucede con los administradores de paquetes. Toda esta diversidad impulsa la innovación y tener un conjunto alternativo de administradores de paquetes ayuda a la innovación en este espacio, especialmente cuando tenemos una herramienta por defecto como NPM, no hacen mucho para mantener su base de usuarios porque son ya la opción predeterminada. Y si no hubiera otras alternativas de administradores de paquetes, no tendríamos algunas de las funciones que tenemos hoy, porque no tienen que trabajar mucho para mantener sus usuarios. Entonces, me gustaría que recordaran cosas como Bower. A lo mejor no tendríamos tantos paquetes frontend en el ecosistema porque no funcionaban tan bien y por eso fue que surgió Bower. Sin Yarn no tendríamos instalaciones deterministas, entonces esas versiones anteriores de NPM no había archivos log, entonces si se instalaban los paquetes y había una actualización, podrían tener dos versiones y tendrían actualizaciones haciendo una instalación en producción que a lo mejor no era lo que estaban esperando. Y sin que Yarn tuviera esas funciones, no tendríamos esas capacidades. Y se agregaron a herramientas como NPM hasta la versión 7. Incluso si no se convencen de usar PNPM, pueden nada más intentarlo y a lo mejor pueda convertirse en su administrador de paquetes favorito, porque tener todas estas alternativas es un beneficio neto para todos, porque estas ideas y otros administradores de paquetes están impulsando. Veremos innovación que también va a suceder en otros administradores que luego se estandariza y todos nos beneficiamos. Es todo lo que tenía para decir hoy. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Gracias, Colin. Tenemos tiempo para una pregunta. Si hay alguien con preguntas. Y estaba pensando en cómo podría implementar en mis proyectos actuales y cuál sería como el plan para hacer esto y también los posibles problemas con los que me puedo enfrentar si reemplazo NPM con PNPM y cuál es el soporte actual de PNPM en herramientas como Concur o todos estos herramientas de implementación final como en los ambientes de AWS. Si quieres cambiar a PNPM, tiene muchas herramientas en las que se pueden importar los log files de los paquetes para tener exactamente la misma versión de lo que ya tienes con NPM transferida automáticamente y la transición es muy sencilla. Si llegas a encontrar alguna dificultad, porque algunos frameworks tienen algunos problemas, puede que encuentres algunos según el framework que uses, pero muchas de las librerías ya están arreglando esos problemas. Entonces, en este punto es posible que no te encuentres ningún problema y es muy compatible con las herramientas de NPM. Entonces, imagina que usas NPM, pero es mucho más rápido y esa es la experiencia de la mayoría de las personas usando este administrador. Y en términos de el soporte para todas estas herramientas de CI, la mayoría de lugares en los que lo he visto, como en GitHub Actions, funciona bien, tiene muy buen soporte, si puede instalarlo, o puede instalar módulos de NPM, puede instalar PNPM desde NPM para el resto de las tareas. Entonces, es muy posible que ya esté soportado con las herramientas que ya usas. Gracias. Gracias, Colin. Recuerden que pueden hablar con los ponentes después de cada una de las conferencias. Nuestro siguiente conferencista es Eger, el cofundador de Araña, que es un estudio digital y es el director de NSI en desarrollo frontend en la Universidad de Barcelona, donde enseña React y también fue el fundador de JSConf Iceland. Hola Guadalajara, es un placer estar aquí con ustedes. Quiero practicar mi español, así que por favor hablen conmigo. Ahora voy a hablar en inglés, pero quería practicar mi español antes. No estoy aquí solo para hablar sobre tecnología, quiero también contarles mi historia y cómo empecé con hacer juegos peer-to-peer y todo lo que me inspiró. Entonces vamos a empezar. ¿Qué significa peer-to-peer? Creo que ustedes ya lo saben desde la charla de ayer, que es una red descentralizada donde los participantes se pueden comunicar entre sí. Y lo que significa es que los jugadores también son cliente y servidor a la vez. Y si vamos al modelo tradicional de los juegos, tenemos un servidor tradicional, servidor del juego, y lo bueno es que el servidor del juego va a procesar todos los eventos y todo lo que está sucediendo y se lo envía a todos los jugadores, lo que quiere decir que el servidor puede eliminar las trampas y puede verificar todas las acciones, pero a escala puede ser un reto si hay muchos jugadores en todo el mundo, porque puede ser muy costoso y un reto técnico. Entonces, vamos a peer-to-peer en el que cada jugador se comunica con los demás y el cambio acá es que no tenemos un servidor, entonces tenemos menos latencia entre todos los jugadores, pero ¿qué pasa si agregamos otro jugador? Y es que aumenta la complejidad. Entonces, si agregamos 10, 20, 30 jugadores, manejar los estados y toda la comunicación va a ser muy complicado. Pero tenemos otra forma de hacer juegos que se llama Listen Server, que es en el que uno de los jugadores se convierte en el host y está muy bien para sesiones locales con juegos pequeños porque tenemos la mejora de la latencia, porque además todos los jugadores estarán ubicados cerca entre sí, pero si agregamos otro jugador, pues va a ser mucho más sencillo que lo que mostramos antes. ¿Y por qué utilizaríamos peer-to-peer para juegos? Lo hacemos para mejorar la latencia y queremos comunicación directa. No queremos servidores centrales para evitar los costos. También queremos privacidad porque los datos van directamente entre jugadores y no hay un tercero. Y la escalabilidad porque podemos lanzar los juegos sin una infraestructura muy costosa. Antes de avanzar, quiero contarles un poco sobre quién soy y por qué me interesan los juegos. Mi nombre es Egir. Para quienes hablan español, se pronuncia como ayer. Y para quienes hablan inglés, es I-ear. Y yo sé que las letras en Islandia se ven complejas, pero así lo pueden recordar. Soy cofundador de Araña. Se ve como una J, pero en islandés se pronuncia araña, que es como una araña, que es lo que hace las redes y en eso nos concentramos, en el desarrollo front-end. Y ahora estamos haciendo productos full stack, aplicaciones móviles y también tenemos un Adventure Studio en el que estamos invirtiendo en emprendedores y en ideas dentro de nuestro propio estudio. Y lo que quería era mostrarles este juego. Este es el primer juego en el que trabajé. Y así fue como inicié mi empresa. Antes de iniciar con Araña, hicimos este juego para Google Santa Tracker. Pueden ir a santatracker.google.com para jugar estos juegos. Esto lo hice en 2012, hace 12 años. Hacíamos juegos responsivos y cada año agregábamos más juegos y solo estaban disponibles en diciembre. Eran juegos muy divertidos. Y esto lo hice como un proyecto adicional y del dinero que gané haciendo esto fui a JSConf en Estados Unidos, que luego me inspiró para organizar JSConf en Islandia. Eso fue en 2016. Hicimos 2 conferencias, 2016, 2018. Quisimos repetirla en 2020, pero qué bueno que no lo hicimos porque COVID lo habría arruinado. Y la verdadera razón por la que no lo hicimos fue porque empezamos nuestra propia empresa, que es un servicio compartido de patinetas y ahora también de vehículos, y está basado totalmente en JavaScript y TypeScript. Y toda la plataforma, el backend, el sitio web. Este es un servicio de movilidad, está basado en JavaScript y se enfoca en pueblos pequeños y ahora está en 60 ubicaciones en todo el mundo. Y regresando al tema, ¿cómo empecé en peer-to-peer? Yo empecé en un Hack Night. Mi amigo David y yo fuimos a Hack Night y queríamos experimentar con JS y React Fighters y queríamos generar el terreno del juego y tratar de conducir en el espacio. Es algo que siempre quisimos hacer, controlar un juego por el teléfono. Y usé la oportunidad para aprender sobre RTC. Quería empezar con un ejemplo sencillo porque El juego es peer-to-peer, no es multijugador. Entonces les puedo mostrar cómo funciona. No hay internet. Bueno, no escaneen ese código QR, es solo para mí. Si lo escanean, pueden arruinar lo que tengo. Aquí tengo mi controlador, acá tengo mi joystick y puedo controlar este vehículo con mi teléfono. Y ahora que estamos en la misma red, puedo mostrarles el código de esto más tarde y cómo se implementó, pero es muy divertido porque esta es la forma de controlar en un peer-to-peer, en un juego peer-to-peer. Con esta tecnología se pueden controlar muchas cosas usando diferentes dispositivos. Sigamos adelante. ¿Cómo funciona esto? Esto está usando WebRTC, que es comunicación, un protocolo de comunicación en tiempo real vía web. Funciona en todos los navegadores modernos y se creó en 2011. Entonces ya tiene bastante tiempo. Usa distintos protocolos para lograr esto y vamos a verlo. Proporciona soporte a video, audio y datos. Estamos mirando acá el canal de datos y cuenta con encriptación directamente. El canal de datos es muy interesante porque utiliza un protocolo de control de transmisión de flujo, SCT, porque el UTP no es tan confiable, simplemente envía paquetes, pero con este podemos obtener los beneficios de TCP y UTP y podemos escoger si los paquetes se envían en orden o en desorden. Podemos escoger si son confiables o no. Y si escogemos algo desordenado y no confiable, va a ser mucho más rápido, pero se pueden perder muchos paquetes o llegar en desorden. Pero cuando hacemos juego, queremos tener incluso dos canales de datos. Podemos tener uno confiable y en orden, que es por los mensajes importantes, y otro que es no confiable en desorden para los cuadros o datos específicos que podemos perder. Y tenemos también otra configuración que se llama Max Retransmits, que si tiene una conexión confiable, lo intenta cada vez y puede decir inténtalo 3 veces o descarta el paquete. Y una pregunta importante sobre si podemos usarlo. Se está tratando de estandarizar y se está finalizando y necesitamos que se implementen en los navegadores, pero cuando funcione va a ser muy emocionante. Y tenemos dos jugadores que se quieren conectar entre sí. Les puedo mostrar formas en las que pueden conectarse, porque puede ser muy sencillo. Se pueden conectar directamente cada vez, pero en el mundo real tenemos routers, NATs y firewalls. Entonces, en una red doméstica tendríamos un router que no tiene NATs, entonces en la red local todos los dispositivos tendrían una IP privada y luego tendrían una IP pública. Entonces tiene que hacerse una traducción hacia la internet y si no hay soporte para ese dispositivo, la comunicación se puede complicar. Si uno de los jugadores está detrás de un NAT, necesitamos usar un stunt server, que es básicamente un servidor al que le podemos preguntar cuál es mi IP y qué tipo de NAT es la que tengo. Porque no solo hay un tipo de NATs, hay varias NATs. Y la que no funciona en peer-to-peer se llama simétrica, entonces cada vez que va a la internet se le asignará un puerto diferente, entonces puede ser muy distinto, muy diferente y no es simétrico. Y lo que podemos hacer es que ambos clientes se pueden conectar entre sí al mismo tiempo y mantener una conexión abierta peer-to-peer. Y si estamos si tenemos, por ejemplo, un firewall que está bloqueando las conexiones, tenemos también un servidor turn que cuenta con un componente del lado del servidor y es donde concentra todos los datos, pero es como usar un servidor, pero es la opción de respaldo. Entonces intentamos todas las formas distintas de conectarnos antes de acudir al servidor turn. Pero ¿cómo establecemos la conexión? Tenemos dos jugadores detrás de un NAT, pero ya saben cuál es su dirección entre sí. Normalmente utilizamos un servidor de señales que no es parte de RTC, se puede implementar de cualquier manera. Pueden usar sockets o REST o cualquier herramienta. Y no se necesita para peer-to-peer, pero también este jugador podría usar papel y lápiz para escribir sus direcciones, que se llaman candidatos, y conectarlas a todos los demás jugadores. Y podrían escribirlas en un formulario y conectarse así. Entonces, este servidor realmente no es necesario, pero en aplicaciones reales definitivamente mejora la experiencia. ¿Cómo funciona? Es que uno de los jugadores enviará una oferta mediante el servidor de señal al otro jugador y utiliza una sesión de SDTP, que se usa para describir las capacidades de la red y los tipos de medios, si están utilizando audio, video, métodos de encriptación. Y luego el otro jugador regresará una respuesta con el mismo STCP y luego se van a intercambiar candidatos, que son diferentes formas de conectar, ya sea mediante un canal local, mediante el servidor stun o mediante el servidor turn. Y el protocolo, una vez tienen los candidatos, hay diferentes formas de iniciar la conexión. Como ya lo dije, este es el protocolo ICE, que se creó en 2003, hace 21 años. RTC se creó en 2011 y ICE concentra los candidatos a los servidores Stun and Turn, recibe las ofertas, crea las respuestas, encuentra el mejor camino para la conexión y establece la conexión segura. Entonces, el servidor de señal no es el puerto de ICE, pero sí es el protocolo para saber cuál es la mejor manera en la que los clientes se pueden hablar entre sí. Y ahora revisemos el código. Vamos a crear una conexión peer-to-peer mediante RTC y podemos configurar los servidores turn y stun que tienen algún tipo de autenticación, porque estamos hablando de ancho de banda que tiene costo. Sobre hacer hosting del servicio vamos a hablar luego, pero el primer jugador puede crear la oferta, guardarlo localmente, enviarlo al servidor de señal y en ese caso utilizaríamos WebSockets y esperaríamos la respuesta y lo estableceríamos como nuestra descripción remota. Y aquí es cuando empiezo la oferta, pero también quiero recibir una oferta de otro peer. Entonces, recibo las ofertas a mi descripción remota y luego lo envío al servidor de señal. Y como lo estaba mostrando antes, con los candidatos ICE, cuando tenemos uno nuevo, lo enviamos mediante el servidor de señal. Y también tenemos que ver qué hacemos cuando la otra pieza nos envía otro ICE, candidato ICE, cuando la conexión cambia. Por ejemplo, cuando hay cambios de Wi-Fi y se tienen que renegociar las conexiones o algún error. Entonces, establecer la conexión es complicado. Esto nos impulsa a usar librerías para simplificarlo, pero cuando ya tenemos resuelta la conexión, el canal de datos es muy sencillo, solo lo creamos. Tenemos los mensajes que podemos enviar y podemos crear varios canales de datos y cambiar las opciones. Por defecto es ordenado, confiable y con intentos limitados de conexión, pero podemos cambiar esas opciones. Y como lo dije, está muy bien usar una librería para que podamos simplificar todo esto. Pero si piensan en cómo tratar de tener un protocolo peer-to-peer más rápido, si usan una librería, no tienen que reescribir los datos y la librería lo puede manejar por ustedes. Lo bueno es que cuenta con un servidor de señales. Entonces, aunque no sea parte de RTC, se puede empezar muy fácil con esta librería. Y ahora regresemos al vehículo lunar que les mostré. ¿Cómo se implementó? Les voy a mostrar código de Peer.js. Vamos a empezar con crear un nuevo par. Hay algunas opciones allí, pero funciona por defecto usando sus servidores alojados. Y esperamos que se abra la conexión a la señal. Y ya sabemos que estamos listos para recibir y enviar datos o conectarnos a otros pares. Y debido a que el juego solo está escuchando los datos, hay una conexión al peer de mi joystick, pero el juego solo está recibiendo datos. Entonces solo estoy esperando una nueva conexión, que quiere decir que tengo un par conectado. Y luego espero el evento de datos. Los datos se pasan mediante strings, mediante cadenas, mediante objetos de JavaScript. Y luego también uso parsing de JSON. Por ejemplo, la dirección. Y podría cambiar el estado de mi juego según sean los datos. Y así vamos ahora al código del joystick. Lo primero que hace es obtener el ID del juego, porque es el host del juego. Entonces puedo obtener el identificador, el ID, del primer flujo. Y luego, una vez la conexión ya está abierta en el servidor de señal, puedo establecer que ya sé cuál es el otro jugador que tiene esta ID y que nos conecte. Una vez se establece la conexión, así es como la obtengo. Entonces, si piensan en los diagramas que les acabo de mostrar, así es como lo manejamos aquí. Puedo conectarlo a mi joystick y cada vez que hay una fuerza de dirección distinta, puedo darla mediante JSON. Y así es como funciona este demo. Eso es el peer-to-peer y tiene muchas aplicaciones. Estoy hablando sobre juegos, entonces uno de los usos es multijugador. Y como un multijugador,
Y bueno, aquí es donde tenemos a la red y estas conexiones para cualquier peer o colega que se une. Y tenemos que tener, y lo podemos hacer, una difusión o broadcast a todos los jugadores. Es un multiplayer. Así que la complejidad no es tanto en el networking. Así es. Y bueno, ahora quiero brevemente mostrarles estos tres componentes de los servidores. Y PGS tiene esto para que ustedes pueden postear muy fácilmente y ponerlo en la nube. Y puede configurar PGS para ver cuáles son la señal y después pasarlo a los servidores Server. Y tenemos soluciones que se llama open source. Si quieren ser como los hosts de ellos, y bueno, como lo estoy mostrando aquí, y van a tener un CTM de estos iServers o churn servers, porque estamos haciendo el peer-to-peer. Bueno, entonces, ¿cómo podemos llevar esto más allá? Y quiero empezar con seleccionar 6 jugadores para mi demo. Y bueno, voy a encontrarlo en mi red y vamos a hacer este juego peer-to-peer. Voy a seleccionar a algunos de ustedes para que sean aquí mis colegas o mis peers. Por favor, entra a esta Wi-Fi y solo los jugadores, por favor, puedan unirse. ¿Cómo podemos entonces llevar esto más allá? Vamos viendo, ¿sí? Nos tomamos una semana, un grupo de 3, 4, y vamos viendo con los coworkers. Hace varios años quisimos construir un juego, es un Hack Week, que mejorara este peer-to-peer. También queríamos motivar a los jugadores en la vida real, como aquí, los que están presentes, para jugar en la vida real. Así que la velocidad va a ser también mejor. Para esto es que el jugador necesita también, bueno, lo vamos a ver aquí. Entonces dijimos, bueno, ¿qué juego construimos? Estuvimos inspirados por un juego llamado JavaScript y bueno, un amigo ya lo había jugado. Bien. Una persona nada más ha jugado, 2, muy bien, 3. Ok, es un juego muy rápido, tiene juegos, tenemos un conjunto de cartas y si tenemos más jugadores, competimos todo el tiempo para ganar por medio de rounds. Los otro jugador tiene que tomar todas las cartas, como lo vemos aquí. ¿Cómo ponemos esto en línea? Decidimos que el juego se jugaba ya sea en una laptop, en una televisión, en un dispositivo, y tenemos todas estas como barajas. Aquí lo tenemos. Aquí cambio la carta y está abierta. Y de demás es bastante similar. Así que, ¿cómo construimos para tener un juego como esto que les estoy mostrando? De hecho, aquí vemos una distribución, a pesar de que tenemos diferentes vistas aquí y aquí, se simplifica con esto, con una lógica y también con el motor del juego. Así que cada jugador está jugando con todo lo que se muestra en esta diapositiva. Por ejemplo, Este juego básicamente estamos en diferentes estados. Tenemos el reductor de la distribución o distributed redux y hay acciones que se validan y el jugador que está dando las cartas y se hace este desempeño y dándole lugar al siguiente jugador. Y después la acción, toma la acción y lo manda a todos los jugadores. Así que, ¿están listos para el demo? Ya estamos en los 6 jugadores, estamos todos listos. Ok, de nuevo, que este es un proyecto de que lo dimos en la Hacker Week y lo pusimos en línea, porque pues ustedes ya saben cómo esto funciona. Es un reto también técnico. Muy bien, empezamos. Tenemos que hacerlo al mismo tiempo para que no sean 2 juegos. En el primero le diríamos Quick Fuss y tengo un premio. Aquí es esto, Party Games. Yo no sé si les dije, pero yo vengo de Islandia. Tenemos geysers, tenemos auroras boreales, también tenemos chocolates para el ganador. Y bueno, tengo más que los puedo repartir durante el almuerzo. Y el ganador puede escoger estos chocolates de Islandia. Vamos a revisar entonces las reglas. Cuando sea su turno, van a ver que se señala que es su turno y deben de voltear una carta. Si esta carta se marca, y bueno, debo también explicar los emojis. El que va a hacer presionar gana. La regla número 1, en su turno tienen que voltear la carta. La regla número 2, esta carta debe de hacer un match con la otra carta, y entonces son por rondas, de 1, 2, 3, hace que todos pongan la carta al mismo tiempo, no tienen que presionar nada más esperar 1, 2, 3, y todos voltean la carta. Y eso es lo que nos confunde. Este es para el jugador. Tenemos que hacer match con los colores, no las formas. Así que el objetivo es que se deshagan de sus cartas. Vamos viendo si funciona el demo. Entonces, nada más, por favor, los 6 jugadores entren, únanse, y también les voy a pedir a esos 6 jugadores que pueden cambiar sus nombres. O también pueden tomar un personaje si quieren ser un perro o un gato. Entonces tenemos 6 jugadores. Pongan sus nombres. Hay un premio para esta ronda. No, no estás ahí. ¿Quién hizo trampa? Creo que tenemos un jugador que está haciendo trampa. KB, ya por favor, voltea tu carta. Veo que Pipi fue el que entró sin el Wi-Fi. Vamos viendo qué sucede. Christopher, muy bien. Muy bien. ¿Viste el Sandy? Presionaste. Presiona y voltea la carta. No, no fue un movimiento en falso. Esta puede tomar algún tiempo, no sé qué tanto tiempo me queda. Creo que sí. Creo que Santi no está en la Wi-Fi. No. podemos ver lo que no está. Así que no vamos a poder, no pudimos tener una conexión peer-to-peer. Vamos a tratarlo una vez más. Lo voy a explicar en español. And he's repeated what he just said in English. You can play later, not you. Just the 6 ones that had the code. Tenemos a los 6 jugadores, vamos a intentarlo de nuevo. Bien. Una vez más, vamos viendo ya. No, esto no es las matemáticas. Aquí fue un poco diferente. Pablo. Ahora ya es más rápido. Tenemos jugadores que no están en la red local, quizás es otro servidor, no sé si estamos con la nube. Les voy a dejar jugar y después ya tomo las preguntas. ¿Hay preguntas? Ahora estamos jugando por colores. ¿O ya no? Creo que mi pregunta era nada más, bueno, tengo curiosidad. ¿Hay algún argumento de no utilizar la licencia para ese peer-to-peer? Porque lo que estoy viendo es este juego, tenemos un host, un único host. ¿Hay algún approach más simple? Por ejemplo, son 6 jugadores, que sea un simple host, para poder eliminar otros servers. Hay comunidades que están en contra de eso, con este tipo de infraestructura. Buena pregunta. ¿Por qué utilizar esta arquitectura de servidores enlistados en lugar de peer-to-peer? Si utilizamos peer-to-peer es más complejo de sincronizar todos los mensajes, todos los jugadores hablando al mismo tiempo. Así que es más fácil estar como en un estado de un juego no tan bueno. Y eso nos toma más tiempo de obtener a otros jugadores y estamos simplificando el código y cómo podemos hacer esta sincronía, pero sí hay como pasos hacia atrás, la latencia, por ejemplo, y si su latencia está mejor que la de él, entonces puede haber alguna diferencia. Así que necesitamos que en este juego se implemente. Bueno, todavía hay que hacer pruebas y hay que hacer ciertas mediciones para todas las acciones que se hacen y después hacer un rejuego de las acciones. Si tenemos un retraso de la acción, ahí lo vemos. Hay que hacer una reducción de lo anterior y claro, si el host se desconecta, quizás otro jugador debe de pasar a ser el anfitrión o el host. ¿Alguien ganó el juego? Ni si, no lo vi. ¿Quién ganó? ¿Tú, Christopher? Ok, muy bien. Bueno, nada más les voy a decir gracias y les voy a entregar sus premios. Estas, bueno, ustedes se quedan con las diapositivas porque pueden así jugar. Muchas gracias, me encantó estar aquí. Muchas gracias, Sager. Bueno, our next topic is with Sandy Cortez. I think she's almost ready. So, how are you with the weather? Well, we have an altar. So if you are not from Mexico, tomorrow is the Day of the Dead. But since today, we start putting this altar. It was a pre-Hispanic custom. It was once someone is dead and started to go to a specific place. So that's why that journey took 4 years. So that's why it was a tradition, a pre-Hispanic tradition. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's start with our next talk. She is Sandy Cortez. She is from Guadalajara, tech lead in front end. And on her free time, he saw movies and poetry. So he loves sports. But right now, he's passionate about flying dance. And he's going to talk about work and personal life in the decade of the 20s. Hi, thank you. First of all, I'm just telling you that I'm pretty nervous. Thank you for this opportunity that I'm in this stage. As you already see, the topic is goals and dreams when you are in your 20s. And first of all, someone introduced me. Well, my name is Sandra, and I have my social media as Becaria, and I love technology, sports, and learn about new frameworks. So I specialize in front end. Currently, I'm tech lead in front end in a company called Webs Every Week, and what we do is producing tools for call centers. So let's start with my talk. I would like to start saying that currently I'm 26, and one day I just feel that I was stuck. All my friends were getting married or being parents, buying houses, cars, and traveling around the world. So I realized, or I asked myself, and what about me? What about me? What am I doing? Basically, I started to compare my job or processes with successful people. But I think never stop to think. If we have access with all these successful people, with technological empires, but some parts of their lives, and among all this information, in all this success and failures are the ones that highlight. So those type of failures are not there, and we can see it. But I was comparing myself. So what I did, I started working. And in that point in my life, when I started in the developing area, something caught my attention. All my competition were men. And from there, well, I would like to stand up. So when I was 20, with all my life, I said, well, I would like to be tech lead before I'm 30. And also we need to take into account I was in the 6th semester of college and I want to finish my degree. So now I will be in all these obstacles that we have in these processes. So if for you to understand all that I'm going to talk about, I was changing company from company, looking for something that I did not find. Basically, when I arrived with an orange unicorn, they told me, if you want to stand out or to advance, you need to work more than the others. And I realized that my colleagues were doing half of my payroll. So I took my things and I said, this is not my place. So I went to another company and I didn't know where I was. In this company, I love them. I learned a lot about them, and I was very passionate of you, but I have a very big battle because they didn't want to give me my Christmas bonus. Yes, at the end of the day, they did it, but their culture and my culture were not a match situation. So without a plan and without savings, I also took my things and left. I was 2 months without a job and I was looking and sent a lot of curriculums. I was in a company with that sells motorcycles in Mexico State. I was very surprised when I was they let me off, and I was suffering an anxiety attack. And I realized that they handle that type of situation like that. And what they did was nothing to do with my job. And then I started with a fintech with, well, in that moment, I loved those type of companies. And with mobile development, someone asked me or told me that everything was done in that app was not part of me, but someone helped me. And it was better if to wait that my direct job, and then I took my things and also left. Let's have a moment just to add that all those histories are an invention, but no, there are some things that occur in our daily job. And it's something that even though it was not my story, I don't want you to leave that. So I received a message through Twitter that someone was looking for a mobile or web development, and he told me, I have a project that maybe will last 3 months because for sure we're going to finish it before, and I invite you. But I said, how someone that is in the finance world would do a very drastic change in the call center area? Well, and even though I was so afraid, I say yes to that project. If someone is interviewing for a job, you can do almost anything. If I didn't have the amount of followers in Twitter, maybe I will never have this opportunity, but I had it. So when I was 25 years old, when this team started to grow from 3 to 6, is a lot of job. Now I became tech lead. I need to tell you what I discovered in this process. to be tech lead is the same as the dream we had when once we were a child. Some moment we were dreaming. You know what? When I was 20, when I was 30, I will have a house, I have a home, and I'm 26 and I have none of these things. So being a tech lead, I'm just a human being. I'm wrong many times. And many times I need to say I don't know what I'm doing. But fortunately, with the people I'm working, they love to learn, they love to be supportive, and they are willing to help me, even though I don't know what I'm doing. And in a moment when I was thinking in 10 possible scenarios, if you follow me in Twitter, well, I do that, and it's just anxiety. So when I was thinking in a lot of different scenarios, I started thinking something important for me. Right now, there are two types of success. Maybe you think I'm crazy. Maybe that's the truth. But is the conventional success, the ones that everyone knows, influencer tag, an actor or actress that is super famous, all that, everyone acknowledge this type of success. But there is another success that right now in my moment is more important. That is the personal success. When I realized that this was different but valid, I understood one thing. Success is hard work, but mainly has to do with the luck and the privilege of born. So if you want to compare yourself with someone else with super successful, it's just overthink. So when we think and understand that we only have access to our destiny, well, let me be honest, I was very happy because I was not looking for the validation for anyone else. So the next question is, what do you want, conventional or personal success? That depends on each and every one of you. What do you want? What do you need? So maybe it's what I want. Let's be honest. I have here several post-its, like several ideas where I ask myself, for example, job, workaholic, and this is the solution to my problems. There are articles, you can go to Google and you can read the percentage about this. There are percentages of people that are workaholics and they have TDAH. Another percentage, they suffer from obsessive compulsive situation, anxiety, and depression. So this is turned out in a problem, not only in our area, but in any area of the human being. So the illusion that the people that was successful, well, maybe you feel that you are not there. But let's be honest, people is doing things and waiting for the best. Something that I want to add, that my victories is when I was feeling very bad. And my failure is when I felt that I was okay with myself. So the next question is, do I need to work more to get to be successful? Yes and no. Because if you work, you will increase your probabilities that you will be okay in life. Of course, if we are just lying and watching Netflix, well, that's not enough. But there's a lot of factors. For example, privilege or sympathetic, or it's not like just one strategy. We just do things and we expect the better. Now that I'm tech lead, I would like to share you that none of this job is worth your emotional and mental peace. Because now that I am a tech leader, I learned that it's okay to say no when the limit time is absurd. Another thing is, for example, fortunately in the tech area, there's nothing that it can be wait for the next day unless that is something that is very productive and you will lose millions of pesos. Básicamente, so which success is the most important for you right now is the personal success. And with this, I answer a question. Who am I? What I want to do with my life? We need to understand something. Not because I have a definition of success, it's not the same definition for everybody. Maybe the number 4 for you is number 1 for me, and it's okay. Let's stop thinking that everything is a competition. You are competing with yourself, but don't compare yourself with others. Let's remember that not every one of us started with the same opportunities. Here in Latin America, for example, your parents woke you up and say, let's go to school. You are in a privilege because you have parents, you can go to school. I would like to blame Pokemon because he said that I must be the best one. And I would like to finish this talk quoting finally, I would like to finish with an article or quote that I love, where I was inspired from Jorge Pinto, called "The Work That Stole My 20s." So this promise that if you only work hard is like an insult for all the people that is working and they have nothing. So I recommend you. It's a very good article that talks of these ideas. A lot of times our success is not only depends only from you, but there's a lot of other factors involved. So I'm finished. Thank you very much. This code is from the company I work currently. And you can find me as Sandy Beccaria AT. A pleasure being here. Thank you, Sandy. Do you have any question for Sandy? Thank you.
So many of us are working a lot and we don't know how to handle things. I think that I'm still doing that and trying to balance personal and professional life, but you have to be able to separate them to be okay. The next speaker is preparing their computer. And now I'm going to explain interesting facts about the Day of the Dead to pass the time. Did you know that the Day of the Dead is cultural heritage, and it was declared cultural heritage in 2008. And another interesting fact about the Day of the Dead parades in Mexico City, if you were expecting one tomorrow here, maybe it's not going to happen. It's not really a tradition that was born in Mexico originally. That's something that happened from a James Bond movie, like around 2015 in 007 Spectre. And people found that it was nice to have these types of events in Mexico, and they replicated it in these dates. So why do I not have a costume today? Why am I not wearing a costume? Well, the Day of the Dead, we don't really use this Celtic heritage to use costumes so that spirits don't find us. But what we do is to honor the dead. And we use this makeup, the skull makeup, that represents that we are also going to die. And this is not something sad necessarily. We also celebrate that because we as Mexican, we know that we are very aware of this, that we are going to die and we need to connect with our loved ones, with our family. And I think that differently from other countries, I think we have very tight families. Maybe all of us live in the same house together. We like living that way. And I think it's very nice that maybe you don't get along with your brother or someone else from your family. Oh, you will always count on them in your life if you have health issues or money issues. Even if you don't return the money to your brother, he's going to hate you for a few years, but he's going to be supporting you. Something else about the Day of the Dead is that they used to bury people with an animal, with a dog called Solosquintle. And while the speaker arrives, I'll tell you. The Solosquintle is a hairless dog, which is native from Mexico. And the idea of burying a person with this animal is that the dog will guide you to cross the river in the Mictlan. It's a very interesting custom. There is a special Day of the Dead for dogs or pets, which happened 3 days ago. There was a theory that if you treated pets badly, you won't be able to cross Mictlan and you will stay in limbo forever and your soul will not be able to rest. So be good to animals. And I think our speaker is ready, so I am going to introduce her. I have your bio here. Thank you. Her name is Ana Cunha. She's a senior developer advocate in AWS for Latin America. And she used to work as a software development engineer in Amazon.com. So she will tell us now her conference is called Cloud Buckets for Front-End Developers. And now that she's ready, is she online? Okay, great. So welcome, please, Ana Cunha, and I'll leave you with her. A round of applause. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here in my conference. I have a few disclaimers before we start. The first one is that I am Brazilian. This is why I have an accent. And I am officially in Mexico from a month ago. So I'm still getting used to the customs and culture, which is beautiful and I love it. So I really like being here in the Day of the Dead tomorrow. I am not a front-end developer. I worked in Amazon. We are developer advocates. We are full stack, but all of our internals are ugly. So I am a frustrated front end. I love it, but it's really hard and I admire you all. And I'm still fighting with the Latin keyboard. It's different from the Brazil keyboard, and I think it wasn't made for programmers because the bar needs a shift and the colons also do that. And today I learned to do backend. So that's a little context for you. So what do I need to be a front-end developer? And because I am not one, I'm assuming that all of you know the front-end roadmap. There are many roadmaps about front-end, back-end, and DevOps. But this one is huge. This is a lot of things, a lot of concepts and technologies. And I believe, compared with back-end, that the front-end universe changes very fast. There are a lot of frameworks, many new things, web and browsers change. So probably because I am a frustrated front-end developer, this is why. So keep learning. I love that. I can't do it. But how did we get here? When I was 13 years old, 20 years ago, I coursed a class about web design with Macromedia, so Fireworks, Dreamweaver, and it was really easy. We used tables. It was very good. But what has changed so that now it's so complex to be a front-end developer? I will credit this image to Chris Coyer from CSS Tricks. His page is amazing. We have the specter of backend and frontend, and what has happened in the last 10 years or so. All of these technologies that started as backend then moved to frontend with databases, server-side languages, APIs, frameworks, JavaScript, HTML. I think that for frontend, you started getting close to backend with some technologies. So some technologies are near to APIs than to server-side languages. So the same language, JavaScript, that you use in your frontend now can be used in the backend as well. And with serverless, we don't even need servers. So that is why front-end developers are really more backend than before. And how do we move from here to cloud backend? Because our applications are in the cloud and there's where our backends live. And another disclaimer that I didn't give is that I work for AWS, but AWS is not cool for front-end developers. I know. So we have a bunch of services, more than 200. I do not know all of the services. I don't think anyone from AWS knows all of them. But I understand that if you are front-end developers, you don't want to venture into knowing all of the services. There are a lot of them. But in programming and technology, we created abstractions to help us. So we started using programming languages such as assembly, IC, back to Java, which is high level, or Python, which has semantics that is more natural. So we created abstractions to make our lives easier. And our apps need a lot of building blocks. So we need databases to store the information from our users. For example, the photos that they upload, authentication, authorization, storage to save files. So if I have an application like Instagram and my users upload photos, I have to store these photos somewhere to show them again to their friends or wherever. And a lot of things. So we have notifications, geolocalization, and now we have a lot of AI and machine learning. What we did in AWS to make it easier for you to use the services without having to know them deeply and without having to choose between 200 services was a tool or a set of tools and services called Amplify that help us facilitate the creation of full stack applications in web and mobile. And to start, you have to amplify your support in frameworks and languages such as those that you see here. So I hope that you use them. I want to show you in a quick demo, and I hope it works, how to do it. I am fighting again with the Latin America keyboard and the mic. It's not perfect, but you can hear me, right? Okay, so this is the AWS console, but we don't need to start here. I have created a GitHub repo with instructions. And my application, as I wanted to use the Halloween theme, which we do not celebrate here in Brazil as you do in Mexico. And 2 weeks ago, I discovered what literary calaveritas meant. I love them, all the limericks and everything. I am not creative enough to write them, but we're going to use Gen AI to create calaveritas for our pets. So I am not going to do all of it with you because all the dependencies take a lot of time to install, but I started with a React app. Then we configured Amplify in our application with this command. Let me open the terminal. This is how I learned the Spanish word espeluznante because the name in English is spooky. So when we run this command from Amplify, it's going to install a lot of Amplify dependencies and create a folder called Amplify. And here we can define our in the cloud in a very simple way with everything that I told you about. So here, if I want to, I use glasses. So the bigger, the better. We will use TypeScript to define our cloud infrastructure. And we have these folders like data for our data models. And this is with a simple sudo. But what I want to do with you for our app is to upload and storage of the picture of our pet in the cloud. So you don't need to know this, but in AWS, we use S3 to save objects. And we are going to do that with Amplify, and you don't have to know S3, you don't have to configure it in a complex way. So we are going to create a new folder that's going to be called storage. The new version of Amplify has this convention. So to define the resources, you create a storage folder and it generates a file called resource.typescript. And this is what we have to do now. Something else that I have to mention from Amplify is that we can create a cloud sandbox. So I am going to deploy a version in my AWS account without it interfering or changing the versions of my colleagues if we are working. So that is going to start. I have to authenticate. So here now you need an AWS account. And it's going to create a sandbox, a development sandbox for me in my account. And it start deploying the resources that I have defined here in my account. And then if I want to delete them, I can do that without interfering in anything in production. That it's in my colleague's account or in production. So the configuration here, after we do the first deployment, we have a Amplify configuration, 3 lines. I don't have it here yet. I'm going to import it. Amplify and then the outputs. After the deployment, this file will be populated as my Lambda functions and my Cognito for authentication. And Amplify configure using these outputs. While this happens in a minute, then it deployed my sandbox so that you can look at what is happening in my CLI is reflected in my AWS account. I think it's here. This is my username, Ana Cuña. This is my sandbox. So it's a different stack from what we have in production. And you can see the resources here that we will have in the cloud. So we created the storage resource to define the storage in our application. And in this part here, we are going to import the define storage from our backend library. I will provide a name for my bucket. This is not the final bucket name because buckets are S3 folders. So we need to have different names. we are going to create a random name. And I will tell you that any person can upload a file in my S3 bucket. So this is a code configuration. If you use the first Amplify version, it had a UI, and that is where you made the declaration. It also had a CLI. But the feedback that we received from the people who have used it is that there was a lot of magic involved and nobody can understand what's going on. Here we have a little bit more control with code. So I can tell it I want a bucket for my pets with this file path. And any person can add files here. Another file, important file that we have is the definition of the backend. So right now, our backend has authentication and data. We're going to add storage. We will import it the same as the others. That is that. You can see here that it detected changes in our definition of the backend, and it's going to start deploying the changes, the new S3 bucket in my account. Now it's deploying. And while that happens, we are going to change to the UI so that we can do the upload of our pictures. We need this Amplify dependency because I am going to use its uploader component. But if you use any other manual stuff, you are not going to need it. I am going to need it. And here what we are doing, because I want you to use the app and it's deployed in my AWS account, and it would be very cool if you would send a picture of your pet and its characteristics so that we could create a literary calaverita. We will create a hash for the key of the file so that if a lot of people has the same pet name, I don't know which pet names are popular in Mexico, but probably there are some. Here we will paste information about the file so that we create a unique hash so that the name of the file in S3 is not the same for different pictures. Here we change our app. Now it is deployed, and I can show you we have a storage stack that has an S3 bucket. Here it is. So it has this random name, Amplify, Mascota Espeluznante, which is a spooky pet, and the bucket for pets. And there are no files here. So we go through our app. This is the app that we started with the create app. Here it is, the process file creates a key for our file. And here we use the file uploader from React UI for that. Me with the Latin keyboard, because the enter keyboard in Brazil is gigantic, it's twice the size. So here, Mascota Espeluznante or Spooky Pet. This is a component, a UI component from Amplify. It's a library of React components and from other frameworks, and you can use them. It's very easy and a lot prettier than what I could do with my capabilities of frustrated front end. So I am going to upload a picture of a pet. This pet looks a little bit drunk. And since I am a fan of beer, I am judging from taking this type of beer. I didn't do anything. The UI component of Amplify shows us the status of the upload. The file is tiny, so the upload is quick. And that is good for people like me who are not good at front end. But here is the picture of the pet, Chubby. And there is a hash, there is a key that we changed with the process file function. But that is Chubby. Now changing 4 files, we created the storage resource with this definition of the name, the friendly name that we had, permissions. Probably your applications, probably not everyone will be able to see all the photos. We will provide permissions for everyone to upload, but there are different permission levels. So in the backend with one line, now we have storage, which we didn't have before. And now we change the app in the front end to do the file upload. And now our app is saving picture in S3 in the cloud. We do not need to know anything about S3 and how it works. If my bucket is private or not, it's going to create these definitions with sensible defaults. And if I want to change them, I can do that. But I don't need to know S3 deeply. Now, we are going to create a Lambda function that is going to receive the features of our pet, the name, sign, favorite food, and race, and create a literary calaverita with a Gen AI model. I don't know if you know Lambda. I know that there was a talk about that, but in a very abstract way, when an event happens, it triggers and runs our code, and possibly it's going to call another service either in AWS or somewhere else. So the event is the event source, it's the trigger, and here's a handler, it's the code that we write from our Lambda function. And the other services could be other services in AWS or another APIs that you have somewhere else, just to give you context. Here I have another project. And I will show you what we did here. In data, we defined our Lambda function, which is called generate calaverita. I don't know if you do it in Spanish, but in Brazilian, it's very common to mix English and Spanish when we are programming. Yeah, it works the same. And here we have a Bedrock client. Bedrock is a serverless service from AWS, which is an API call. So you choose the model, the LLM that you want to use, Claude, Anthropic, Llama, or Stable Diffusion. You send the prompt, and Bedrock will answer for you. We have a client, S3 client, which is going to download the photo that we uploaded. So now we will download the S3 photo. And if you do not use AWS with JavaScript, we have an SDK with libraries that make it easier. So here's the function to download the image. And this is the handler, which is the entry point of our Lambda function. This is going to receive the prompt, the picture. It's going to access the bucket with the pets. And here is where we will call the model. And the good thing about models, I am going to use Claude 3.5, is that they speak Spanish. So my prompt is in Spanish. I created a spooky name from Halloween and a literary calaverita based on their name, sign, favorite food, and race. So this system prompt, in the prompt, we are going to send the information, and we will be sending the image that is in S3. So if you look at this, it's not a very complex API call. So we define the model, which is somewhere else. And if our prompt is just text or text and image, Amplify creates for us a schema with a calaverita and creates functions so that we can query the function without having to create them ourselves. So it receives two arguments, prompt and the photo, and it returns a string. So it's very semantic. It's a query with these arguments and this type of output. I made a change here because everything in the cloud, not just AWS, is security and permissions. So if my Lambda function wants to download files from the S3 buckets, it needs permissions to do so. So we tell it that the function can read the images. Now I deployed. And let's see if it works. Here is Spooky Pet, and I did it from my GitHub repo. So when I'm going to configure an Amplify app, I give it access to my repo and it deploys there. So let's see how Chubi's Calaverita is going to look like. If you remember Chubi, he was drunk with questionable beer tastes. His name is Chubi due to Chewbacca. He is a Libra. His favorite food is eggs. And his race is Shih Tzu. And Amplify will have access to the Lambda function, which is going to call Bedrock with our prompt and this information. And it's going to generate a calaverita. And since I am not a front end with a lot of things in the page, everything changed. But his spooky name is Chupacabra. And you can see his calaverita right here, which is Shubi, the Libra Shih Tzu, and it's inspired by his eggs. It's inspired by the eggs, and the death looks at him and throws him a beer. He whispers, Chupacabra, and your hairs are no longer shielding you, and the Katrina gets you. It's an interesting poem. And it continues, it goes on. I think that my time is over right now, but if you go to the booth from AWS, I will share with you the URL to try with your pets. We also have credits when you do not have money in AWS. I know that we know that happens, and we have a very active user group in Jalisco and other Mexico cities in Mexico. If you still don't know the AWS communities, I invite you to speak with us here and know the documentation from Amplify, which is different, from AWS, which is good. And thank you so much. This is my website if you want to contact me. So much.
A big round of applause to Ana Cunha. Thank you very much. It was very interesting, the topic. So you can talk in WS stand, and we are above our time. So lunch will be at 2 p.m. So let's start with our next speaker. He is Taylor Dayson. He is VP. Tiene más de 13 años reclutando ingenieros en trabajos de desarrollo y ha ayudado a muchas compañías a escalar a sus equipos de ingenieros. 5 años, ha profundizado en la construcción de comunidades con su más reciente rol como VP de Community Title. Taylor es apasionado conectando a personas, compartiendo metas, conectando, y Taylor es uno de los hosts oficiales de Render ATL y también es un orador internacional importante. Un buen aplauso para Taylor. Buenas tardes a todos, me da mucho gusto verlos, es la primera vez que estoy en México. Y obviamente es mi primera vez en Guadalajara y la gente es maravillosa. Todo es maravilloso. Ustedes, la comida, me siento muy orgulloso de estar aquí. Un poco más sobre esto he estado, gracias por estar aquí. Tenemos 2 camisetas de Excel Otown. Muchas gracias por todos, por el stand. Y bueno, quizás no han ido a nuestro stand. Torque es un marketplace. Ayudamos a la gente a que encuentre trabajo. Sobre todo las compañías de Estados Unidos van a Torque y así los conectamos con gente de Latinoamérica y de México, no nada más desarrolladores, ingenieros. Si están en el área técnica, por favor, entren a la plataforma y escanen este código QR. Este código es el acceso directo a nuestra plataforma. No podemos platicar más cuando acabe esta conferencia y tenemos networking virtual. Todas las empresas vienen hacia nosotros buscando gente y por eso me encanta escalar las comunidades por todo el mundo. He hablado con muchas comunidades, muchas cosas van a ocurrir en diciembre. Tengo mucha confianza de que va a haber cosas interesantes para todos nosotros. De nuevo, he reclutado por más de 15 años ingenieros y pasé a la parte de las comunidades y recientemente soy VP de Global Community. Todas las iniciativas es para asegurarles que no se sientan solos cuando buscan trabajo. Porque pues esto puede ser aterrador y puede sentirse solos. Por eso quiero que se sientan bien cuando buscan trabajo. Tenemos muchos recursos. Lo que quiero es que Torque sea como casa para ustedes, que aprendan de otros y otras iniciativas que les ayuden en la búsqueda de su trabajo. La charla que les voy a dar es el poder de la comunidad en su carrera. Si están aquí, entienden la importancia de la comunidad, por eso están aquí. Pero mi meta al final de mi charla es que crezcan su comunidad, crezcan en su área, porque no estaría yo aquí si no fuera por mi comunidad. Primero quiero darles un background y yo cambié de National Tennessee, del lugar de la música country, y pasé a la música, soy baterista. ¿Qué hice? Por unos meses estuve en la batería y me di cuenta que necesitaba encontrar un trabajo. No, bueno, no era una carrera de largo plazo el ser músico. ¿Qué hice? Le empecé a preguntar a las personas de mi red, bueno, ¿a quién conoces? ¿Cómo puedo encontrar trabajo? ¿Quién está contratando? Y alguien en mi ciudad, estuvimos juntos en la escuela en Nashville y me dijo, bueno, yo soy nani de alguien y están buscando a alguien que reclute. No sé qué es un reclutador, pero me apunto. Me entrevistaron y me ofrecieron el trabajo. Eso es algo muy, área muy específica de la comunidad. Otra parte, empecé a reclutar desarrolladores de software, ingenieros. Y en el curso de varios años empecé a hacer amigos, empecé a escuchar, empecé a ir a conferencias, meetups. ¿Quién ha ido mensualmente, activamente a estos meetings? Empecé a hablar, estos reclutadores, a veces somos algo fastidiosos. Tenemos trabajo, les vendemos cosas y bueno, empecé a escuchar más, observar, estar con otros. Cuando eres desarrollador, bueno, muchas veces no me puedo callar. Así que durante mi carrera en meetups. Empecé a hacer meetups en Nashville y en todo el país. Típicamente también como reclutador tienes este espacio. Si tú eres así, la transición difícil es como una carrera tipo silo o en silo y un cambio drástico de nuevo fue por la comunidad que construí. No estamos aquí para esto, no somos individuales y no es para estar solos en la vida. Les ruego que se involucren en una comunidad. Estamos esperando esto y he hablado con muchos ingenieros en el día a día y siempre quiero que, por ejemplo, jugar básquetbol con ellos o fútbol. Pero nadie empieza. En conferencias como en esta, puede ser sobre, o sea, con mucha información. No puedo empezar con esto, son 300 personas. Pero muchos vienen y dicen, oye, yo puedo hacer lo que tú haces, yo puedo hacer un meetup virtual, puedo tener ese canal, yo puedo. ¿Y saben qué? Si tienen 5 amigas o 2 amigos en la tecnología, al menos todos tienen 2 amigos. Así que mi cosa es invitarlos a hacer algo que aman, que les gusta. Cuando uno cree que construir una comunidad es nada más del aspecto técnico, pero no, venir a conferencias como esto es aprender, sí, aprender términos o cosas técnicas, pero si están en un equipo de fútbol, de básquetbol o un restaurante favorito, empiecen a invitarlos. Yo empecé así. Y bueno, nunca hablamos de tecnología cuando yo estoy en ciertas comunidades. Somos 50 papás, por ejemplo, cada mes que van a ese meetup y que me mandan mensajes y me dicen, bueno, que quedaron como en llanto y lloran, porque no se dieron cuenta cuánto necesitaban una comunidad de papás para que se apoyaran unos a otros. Mi meta es hagan este tipo de cosas. No esperen a que alguien lo inicien, háganlo ustedes. Ustedes tienen que ser el catalizador. Otra cosa también es el poder del contenido. Bueno, también no nada más post en LinkedIn, es también muy importante, esta herramienta es muy importante. Déjenme también, y no lo pierdan, Si LinkedIn es la única herramienta al día de hoy, es la única plataforma en donde pueden contratar un manager o una compañía o quieren trabajar o potencialmente quieren empezar una conversación, pueden mandarle un mensaje a cualquier empresa, Google, Zillow, Amazon, a la que sea, y empezar una conversación, pero aún así no estamos utilizando LinkedIn como debe de ser. He hablado con muchos ingenieros y me dicen, yo no quiero ser creador de contenido. Es muy difícil, créanme. Pero nada más les pido es que documenten lo que han aprendido. Por ejemplo, ayer, aún hoy, voy a postear en LinkedIn nada más diciendo lo que ustedes aprendieron en esta conferencia, así. No sé, a todos aquellos que dicen no sé qué postear, posteo, no posteo, pues, ¿qué hago? Todo lo que tienen que hacer es documentar su viaje, lo que están haciendo las personas. Naturalmente les gusta ver qué están haciendo los otros, están interesados, qué hace el otro. Hay tanta gente. Contraté a alguien, JSConf, y constantemente él está en Twitter y lo he visto desde lejos y ha transicionado desde la industria de las películas. Él trabajaba en videos y estaba transicionando de la parte tech en su primer trabajo hacia la parte tecnológica. Básicamente, yo vi su viaje, su trayectoria, y no nada más decía en dónde estaba, qué aprendía, y el trabajo que él hizo en 6 meses, un año, porque posteó en LinkedIn, en Twitter, en todos lados. Dijo, yo voy a Go React, fui a este lado, hice esto, hice aquello. Habló sobre organizar estos meetups y lo vi desde lejos y ahora está en mi equipo. Lo contraté porque todo lo que estaba él subiendo en línea, de nuevo, esto es muy interesante. Y lo que pasa, este es un contenido consistente que nos lleva a las carreras. Por ejemplo, jamás he encontrado un trabajo que haya visto mi currículum en línea. ¿Por qué? Porque yo creo relaciones en el día de hoy, en el mundo de hoy. Sí, se han dado cuenta que el mercado no es el correcto. Y desafortunadamente, como seres humanos, estamos confundidos. Actividad con productividad. Estamos aquí entregando CVs en línea, quizás no decenas, sino cientos. Y yo dije, a ver, yo he entregado CVs en 5,000 en LinkedIn o en otro lugar por todos lados y no me ha funcionado. Y quizás se debieron de haber detenido de los primeros 50, 100. Por eso les digo que si construyen relaciones en persona, por ejemplo, en esta conferencia, potencialmente van a encontrar al que los va a contratar. En cada estación hay que saludar a todos. Lo que sucede es que una conversación el día de hoy es un comentario en LinkedIn futuro y luego en algunos meses nos va a llevar quizás a alguien que los va a contratar. Así funciona esto. El hecho de que si no se están poniendo en línea para que los otros los encuentren, nunca los van a encontrar. Esto no es justo. A ver, pues mucha gente me dice, a ver, esto no, tengo que entrar en este juego. No, a ver, no, pero así es, pues así es. Sí, los tienen que descubrir. El mercado de hoy los tiene que descubrir. Y una vez al día, una vez cada vez, tienen que poner lo que están aprendiendo. También crear contenido. Crear contenido es esencial. Por ejemplo, entrevistar a escala. Crear contenido es esencialmente que como entrevistar por primera vez en internet. Es alguien los entrevista porque lo que hace es, bueno, si yo voy a la historia de Jason, yo de nuevo agregué todo. Esto es lo que hago y bueno, ¿me puedes ayudar? Sí. Y siendo sinceros, le llamé y le dije, ay, te quiero contratar. Ok, muy bien. Cuéntame el trabajo, se lo platiqué y aceptó de nuevo porque yo lo estaba siguiendo. De nuevo, el contenido y el poder de la comunidad es que tienen que encontrarlo, tienen que encontrar a sus amigos. Si nada más postean en AWS, otras personas que les gustan eso van a ver qué hacen ustedes. Si nada más postean en Java, otras personas que hacen Java los van a encontrar. ¿Ok? Para Jobs Content. Y me encontraron. Es que eleven esta parte y porque este 90 post, 90 post, ya lo hice en LinkedIn consecutivamente de que algo está sucediendo en su carrera. Yo no estaría aquí si no fuera por los ingenieros de mi equipo. Por ejemplo, Brianna aquí está conmigo. Ella lleva todo lo que es la conferencia. Yo la entrevisté a Johnny, que lleva a cabo un podcast, y me hice amigo de Justin, y Justin después me invitó a ser embajador para HCL en un segundo año. Por favor, también chequen esa conferencia HCL. Y si son muy amigos en Brianna. Y después fui anfitrión el tercer año de este evento. Después me invitó otra vez a ser anfitrión el cuarto año. Y adivina a quién contratamos. A Brianna, claro, para este papel. ¿Ven cómo todo esto funciona? Una conversación nos lleva a algo interesante. El problema, de nuevo, es estas emociones y es difícil hacer network. Es difícil estar allá afuera. Yo soy introvertido. Esto me está agotando. Yo ya me cansé, me quiero ir a dormir. Pero el hecho es que consistentemente yo me estoy mostrando y cosas increíbles me suceden. El problema es que la mayoría de nosotros estamos muy confortables. Estamos aquí sin hablar a nadie y luego nos vamos. Y luego nos preguntamos por qué no tenemos oportunidades. Así que tienen que tener actividad en este mercado que es muy difícil y les estoy tratando de dar las herramientas para que nivelen hacia arriba su carrera. Otra cosa cuando creamos comunidades es necesitan asegurarse de mantenerse en contacto con las personas. Básicamente, yo bloqueo la siguiente semana del calendario y si lo pueden hacer ustedes, háganlo para hacer un follow-up de todas las personas que conocieron aquí, porque del 90 al 95% se van a ir de esa conferencia y nunca van a volver a hablar de las personas que conocieron aquí. El follow-up es muy importante que de hecho la conferencia en sí. Puedo conocer a las 300 personas el día de hoy, saludarlos a todos, pero tengo que hacer un follow-up después para que de veras surte efecto. De nuevo, les pido que se aseguren que conecten con las personas, inviten a las personas, si son de Guadalajara, si conocen a alguien más, váyanse a tomar un café. he conocido muchos constructores de comunidades que son maravillosos. ¿Y saben qué? No voy a hablar de todos, pero todos tratan de hacer algo. Ahí es donde ocurren las comunidades. Y alguien me puede decir, ay, ¿sabes qué? Esto suena muy cansado, yo no sé si puedo estar platicando sobre esto. Bueno, otra cosa importante de LinkedIn, también pueden hacer un engage con ellos. Tengo muchos amigos que he hecho ahí porque consistentemente me comprometo con ellos en LinkedIn. Escribí un post que dije LOL, que digo great job. Es la consistencia que también se va construyendo por sí misma. A veces nos equivocamos, actividad por productividad. Cuando vamos a conferencias, saludamos a muchos y preséntense como en LinkedIn. Cuando ustedes conocen a alguien aquí, oye, ¿cómo te llamas? ¿Qué es lo que yo hago, tú haces, etcétera? Bueno, pues hay que mantenernos en contacto y continúen. Así funciona, ¿cierto? Es la misma transacción que puede suceder en LinkedIn. Y bueno, pues es como estar en casa. De nuevo, soy introvertido, me gusta estar en casa con mi familia o por mí mismo. Y les voy a decir algo, también estoy muy orgulloso de lo que he construido. De nuevo, la consistencia es lo importante. De nuevo, un puesto de consultancy, quizás no sé cómo hacerlo. Y quisiera empezar a hacerlo, pero no sé cómo empezar. Y yo digo, bueno, vete a tu teléfono y borra todos tus cosas sociales excepto LinkedIn para que te puedas concentrar, porque nunca abres LinkedIn, siempre estás abriendo otras aplicaciones, Facebook, X, etcétera. De nuevo, te tienes que comprometer. Y de nuevo, sí funciona, no sé cómo, pero la psique de los humanos es que si te gusta mi post lo suficiente y necesitas ayuda para algo, te voy a ayudar porque te has comprometido con mi contenido, te has interesado en mi contenido. Así para terminar, para los siguientes minutos, quiero comentarles algo táctico sobre muy rápido del contenido. Tome nota y cómo podemos iniciar. Primero que todo, para contenido, escojan un tema, varios temas de los cuales son apasionados. Bitcoin o Java, sobre eso. Sean consistentes en eso. Luego, háganse tiempo en su calendario, no sé ustedes, pero si no está en el calendario, entonces no. Si no está en mi calendario, aquí, si me dicen, yo no tengo tiempo para postear, sí, claro que sí, nada más que no han puesto las acciones apropiadas para hacerlo. Por eso, bloqueen en su calendario cada día para que hagan eso. Lo siguiente. Si pueden hablar específicamente por el trabajo que hacen, no les voy a decir nombres, pero bueno, también traten de sentirse confortables, ¿no? Videos, abran su teléfono, hablen sobre lo que hagan y bueno, esta es como introducción a lo que deben de hacer, pero si les gusta el contenido por videos, pues háganlo, es muy bueno. Desde la perspectiva de la comunidad, no se queden afuera. Si son apasionados sobre las cosas más pequeñas, empiecen a invitar a personas. Hay comunidades en línea, háganlo open source, involúcrense. De otra manera, lo que quiero que se lleven es que quiero que se forcen y que hagan algo en los próximos 30 días. Rétense, estén en comunidad con otros. Pueden empezar con solo 2 personas. Yo empecé en muchas conferencias recientemente en Florida, en una de tecnología, Tech Conference. ¿Saben cómo empezó? Con 10 personas en una llamada de Zoom hace 4 años. Y ahora son 5,000 personas en la conferencia. De nuevo, lo que se necesitó fue una llamada de Zoom y de nuevo ser consistente. Consistencia es todo. Si no lo hacen cada mes o involucrarse, se lo van a perder. Esa acción, de hecho, es difícil. Si lo hacen por 3 meses y luego lo dejan de hacer y luego me dicen, no me funcionó, no, háganlo más tiempo. Para terminar, les voy a dejar una anécdota para mostrarles el poder de la comunidad y de networking. Mi papá, él para nada está en tecnología, él está en un restaurante y a los 25 años dejó el restaurante y esencialmente dijo, Taylor, no sé cómo encontrar trabajo, perdón, después de 25 años de estar en un restaurante. La última vez que yo busqué trabajo no existía el internet y le dije, ay papá, realmente estás viejo. Y bueno, ¿qué hago? Déjame pensar. Le hablé, platiqué con mi esposa y dije, ¿cómo le puedo ayudar a mi papá a encontrar trabajo? Bueno, rétalo con actividades que tú haces como reclutador, pero las más simples. Le llamé y le dije, mira, trata de estar con una persona al día de tu network. Y me dijo, ¿qué es mi red? ¿Qué es mi network? Las personas que están en tu teléfono. Tu network es las personas que están en LinkedIn. Yo le hice en LinkedIn. Esa es tu red de personas, de contactos. Abre tu teléfono y habla con ellos. Lo empezó a hacer. Empezó a ir a almuerzos, cafés y dijo, oye, quizás tengo una oportunidad con fulano de tal. Y le dije, a ver, ¿cómo está esto? La mayoría de las oportunidades de trabajo que van a encontrar quizás no van a llegar a ningún lado. 99% no van a funcionar, pero ese 1% es la oportunidad que les va a cambiar la vida. Y mi papá me decía, a ver, creo que estoy en algo bueno. Después me decía, Taylor, ya encontré trabajo. Y dije, a ver, no, ¿cómo lo hiciste? Le mandé un mensaje en LinkedIn con alguien que trabajé hace 10 años. Hace 10 años. Y dije, a ver, le dije, oye, estoy buscando trabajo, ha pasado mucho tiempo, quiero hablar contigo. Eventualmente esta persona se convirtió en su jefe y 7 años después ahí sigue. De nuevo, mi papá no es alguien de la tecnología, no sabía mucho de LinkedIn, entonces por eso ninguno de nosotros tiene esa excusa. Sí, a mi papá le funcionó porque estamos creando comunidades. No es fácil, pero bueno, muchas gracias por escucharme y espero haberles dado ideas y empoderarlos. Muchas gracias. No hay tiempo para preguntas. Gracias. Oh, we are tired and now it's lunch. There's no water. Please take your own. 3 o'clock.
Gracias.
Bienvenidos a esta siguiente plática de el poder total o el poder del código total. Y bueno, aquí están mis links. Fue el NPX, David Becker, y van a ver toda mi información de contacto aquí.
Hay historia desde la introducción, pero mi primer código que escribí hace 23 años. He estado en Bitobi desde 2017, casi 7, 8 años, y muchos trabajos en medio. Mi primer trabajo profesional fue en 2012, hace varios años. Actualmente soy consultor, entonces tengo muchos proyectos cada cuantos meses, pruebo muchas APIs y puedo recomendarle a cualquier persona la consultoría si quiere aprender software. Esta charla en particular, el framework que mi empresa desarrolló, que se llama Hatchify, antes de explicar lo que es, quiero explicar por qué lo hicimos. Hicimos una investigación de mercado y no encontramos la herramienta que necesitábamos. Queríamos algo que fuera centrado en los datos y la forma en la que se interactuaba con todas las piezas estaba enfocada en los datos, cómo se conectan unos con otros, cuáles son los atributos y las relaciones. Y esa fue la parte central de lo que queríamos. Quería tipos fuertes, TypeScript, ya no escribo JavaScript, ahora escribo en TypeScript, pero quería tipos fuertes. Quería la mayor cantidad de detalles posible en estos tipos. Principalmente soy frontend, ingeniero frontend, pero también he estado en el backend. Y queríamos algo que funcionara en todas partes, algo como Node.js, para que fuera en el mismo lenguaje y pudiéramos intercambiar código entre el frontend y el backend. Queríamos React, que es principalmente donde yo trabajo, los componentes, los hooks, y luego voy a entrar en detalles, pero no queríamos que trabajara con todos los frameworks, con Vue, por ejemplo, en React, era el principal lugar donde queríamos que funcionara. Hicimos una investigación de mercado, otras ofertas, y la mayoría de los proyectos que encontramos que estaban en este campo ya eran low code o generadores. Y en el lado de low code hay soporte y si necesitan funciones adicionales, por ejemplo, la integración de alguna API, pero no la apoyan, pero no es algo que proporcionen y tenían que hacerlo ustedes para personalizarlo. Si es lo que necesitan, están fantásticos, pero si hace falta algo, hace falta construirlo. Y entonces las actualizaciones suceden cuando vayan a suceder. Es muy frustrante. Y por el lado de los generadores, hay demasiado código. A lo mejor hay muchas cosas que no necesitan y necesitan borrarlo. O se les olvida y tienen esos archivos ahí. Es muy difícil cambiar el esquema. Si agregan otra propiedad o otra tabla, es muy difícil incorporarlo porque se tiene que hacer una edición manual. y a partir de la primera generación todo es manual y no se puede cambiar nada en esto y solamente teníamos estas dos categorías. Sí encontramos algunos proyectos que estaban más o menos lo que éramos buscando entre estos dos mundos, que cumplían estos criterios, pero si buscaban estos tipos de productos, funcionan, algunos tienen fuerzas, debilidades, pero no son lo que estamos buscando. Y por eso fue que hicimos Hatchify. Y en el backend de Hatchify se construyó sobre Node.js con los estándares de Node.js y le damos soporte, así como se instala, pero debe funcionar con cualquier framework basado en Node y debe ser muy flexible entre los frameworks y cuenta con soporte tras la instalación. La base de datos es mediante SQLite, entonces cuenta con todas las funciones y los tipos de columnas, pero si no, se puede controlar directamente mediante SQLite. Y la transferencia de datos desde el backend es con la API de JSON. Es un poco fastidioso como desarrollador, pero como transporte mediante la Internet es un muy buen protocolo. Es muy conciso, tiene la flexibilidad de GraphQL sin toda esa carga de los servidores y los datos que hace que sea complicado. Y en el frontend, en la parte del frontend, principalmente yo soy un desarrollador en React y la mayoría de mis contribuciones son en frontend. Podemos construir con plain React o con JavaScript. Tenemos en el lado de React los componentes, los hooks, y eso es lo que se obtiene. Puede personalizar las columnas o buscar los datos directamente. Tiene los beneficios de ser centrado en los datos, pero no tiene los componentes para hacer el renderizado. Y tiene funciones que voy a cubrir en la siguiente diapositiva. Se puede tener acceso a los datos sin React, no se tienen hooks, pero igual se obtienen las actualizaciones. Entonces puede conectar Angular o cualquier otro framework oficial, aparte de React, debe ser muy fácil usar por sí mismo. La siguiente es un transporte personalizable y como mencioné, el backend, la salida es mediante la API de JSON y el frontend queríamos que funcionara sin nuestro backend. Está bien que funcionen juntos, pero a veces también queremos usar el frontend o a lo mejor no hay soporte entre los dos o tienen que adaptar uno al otro o cambia a Hatchify, pero hay cosas en medio. Entonces, nuestros componentes tienen este transporte que es lo que habla con el servidor y obtiene la estructura de datos y la convierte en algo que el código de frontend lo puede integrar con el resto del sistema. Y si no utilizan JSON, la API de JSON, pueden personalizar cualquiera de estos transportes, ya sea mediante WebSockets o GraphQL o cualquier cosa que se pueda convertir en algo que el sistema pueda consumir. Y por último, estamos usando Simplify, datos de Simplify. Es muy tedioso como desarrollador usarlo directamente. Hay que iterar varias listas para buscar lo que se necesita y lo aplanamos por completo. Si tiene una instancia de usuario, les voy a mostrar un ejemplo de esto más adelante, pero es muy fácil tener acceso a todas las propiedades y aún así obtener los beneficios de la API de JSON. Y sobre los modelos de frontend y el almacenamiento de datos, una vez se crea la app de frontend, luego les muestro el código, se obtiene este objeto hatch que tiene las propiedades de cada uno de los modelos. Y ese modelo tiene varios métodos que pueden interactuar con los datos. Entonces se puede encontrar y funcionan todos del mismo modo. Por ejemplo, si quieren buscar algunos después de cierta fecha o algún query particular, les pueden dar un identificador y cualquier otra relación que proporcione la información, los campos que necesiten. Tiene configuraciones por defecto y no recuerdo cuáles son las relaciones, pero se pueden controlar si las configuraciones por defecto no son lo que necesitan. También tiene métodos de suscripción como find one y find all. Inicialmente solo se llaman find one y find all para obtener la respuesta y pasarla al callback. Y funcionan en general lo mismo, pero estas son particulares porque tiene que ver con nuestro almacenamiento de datos. Podemos crear, actualizar, borrar. Y el beneficio de subscribe es que si se hace una suscripción a un registro en particular y en otro lugar del código se hace una llamada al update one y se actualiza el récord, y si está en un lugar completamente diferente, igual va a obtener esa actualización, porque incluso cuando no se comunica con el backend, igual va a actualizar en el resto del código. Entonces tiene el objeto sincronizado donde sea que se use. Por ejemplo, un perfil de usuario tiene el nombre de usuario, el título de la página y el campo donde lo está editando. Cuando se guarda, todo se actualiza y aunque no se coordina el código, la sincronización de los datos, del almacenamiento de datos funciona y esa es una de nuestras innovaciones. Queremos que el almacenamiento de datos sea lo más inteligente posible. Tenemos una librería que se usa para lógica de booleana, para usar subscribe to all, para hacer queries muy específicos en el frontend. Si se crea un registro en el frontend, puede ver si tiene coincidencias con ese query y puede hacer una actualización. Y esas son las innovaciones en el almacenamiento de datos que sean útiles y que sean inteligentes. ¿Y cómo se ve esto en la práctica? El título es el poder de full code con el esfuerzo de low code, y esta es la parte de low code o poco código. Si están familiarizados con la API de JSON, se ve muy parecido. Tenemos relaciones, strings, integrales, todos los tipos que provienen de las bases de datos y todas las relaciones, cómo se conectan con los otros modelos basados en las propiedades de los nombres, que esto es muy sencillo. Y para el backend, esto es todo el código que necesitan, no necesitan, solo necesitan hacer una llamada, pasar los esquemas y toda la configuración del API, de la API, y todo se almacena en memoria, nada es persistente. Todo esto lo tenía en una demostración en público, pero debido a los problemas técnicos lo moví a diapositivas, pero todo la URL también presta apoyo acá. Y esto es todo lo que se necesita, de hecho es mucho más que lo que se necesita. En el backend tenemos una aplicación de React en Hachify y de allí se pasa el transporte. El transporte lleva esta misma información, el enrutamiento, los esquemas, y luego se pasa al objeto hatch que ya había referenciado. Acá tenemos el grid de los datos, llama los componentes del hatch React y renderiza y obtiene todas las configuraciones por defecto, la paginación, todos los componentes. Es muy funcional la interfaz. Eso está utilizando Material UI o MUI. Y eso es lo que se puede obtener después de la instalación. Los filtros, las columnas, todo esto está en el esquema por defecto. Y la otra parte del título fue el poder de full code, porque eso fue muy fácil de configurar. Si se clona y ya empieza a funcionar, así es como funciona, pero que a lo mejor quieren endpoints personalizados. Por ejemplo, tienen getRoute, la parte especial es que tiene modelos para find all, pero eso es lo que conecta al sistema para hacer queries para que los datos que obtienen sean los necesarios. Y del lado del frontend, el renderizado de las columnas fue el primer nivel de personalización. Tenía su grid de datos, pero luego también tenemos las fechas. Por ejemplo, queremos que se muestren de una forma particular. No queremos la opción por defecto. El componente del grid de datos es el mismo, pero se puede pasar a una columna que le permite personalizar. En este caso, por ejemplo, la fecha se va a renderizar como las fechas locales y tiene la misma categoría para los detalles, un formulario. Se me olvida qué otra cosa tenemos allí, pero esto es la funcionalidad. Tras la instalación, todos los componentes tienen el mismo enfoque. Se puede pasar el otro componente para personalizar los atributos de las columnas, para decirle exactamente qué columnas quiere renderizar y puede personalizar las columnas, cómo se relacionan estos objetos y personalizar cómo funciona. Esto todavía está en React, pero también tenemos nuestra propia UI. Tenemos una tabla y condensar para que el código se vea mejor, pero la idea es la misma. Tenemos nuestros hooks y aquí es donde usamos find all para un modelo en particular. Esto es donde puede indicar qué campo quiere incluir y qué relaciones puede incluir, qué campo quiere mostrar. Y en este punto tiene una lista que puede hacer asignaciones en los datos de su sistema y obtener los beneficios del servidor y el almacenamiento de datos para que todo se sincronice en la aplicación. Podemos crear y podemos borrar y todo esto crea envolturas alrededor de lo que estamos haciendo. Y cuando le hace la llamada va a regresar el objeto y hacer todas las actualizaciones donde sea necesario. Si quieren aprender más sobre Hatchify, la mejor forma de hacerlo es en nuestro GitHub o en nuestro Discord. Tenemos un canal dedicado en nuestro Discord si tienen preguntas. Y si van al código QR, que debe mostrarse en un momento, el código QR con todos los enlaces. Hay muchas formas en las que pueden obtener esta información. En NPX soy Christopher J. Baker, es igual para todo. Y eso fue todo por hoy. ¿Hay alguna pregunta? ¿Preguntas para Chris? ¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta? ¿Nadie? ¿Una pregunta? Hola Christopher, muchas gracias. Me complace mucho ver estos temas en estas conferencias. A lo mejor me perdí de algo, pero ¿cuál es el precio de esto? ¿Esto es código abierto o cómo se puede empezar a usar? Sí, es completamente gratis, código abierto. Tenemos un generador también y una guía de inicio rápido que se puede hacer fácilmente en el directorio porque lo estamos usando en B2B. Nuestros clientes ya lo están pagando, entonces podemos lanzarlo a la comunidad sin tener que cobrar. Suena a Rails como JavaScript. Sí, esa fue una de nuestra inspiración. No he usado Rails en mucho tiempo, pero se concentraba mucho del lado de la generación. Esa fue una de nuestras inspiraciones, pero no queríamos llegar tan lejos del lado de la generación. Muchas gracias. Y antes de irme, ¿les importaría si me tomo una foto con el público? Muchas gracias, Chris. ¿Tenemos tiempo para otra pregunta más? ¿Hay alguna otra pregunta en el público? Si no hay más preguntas, gracias, Christopher. Now we'll go with our next talk.
Okay, our next speaker is right now in just a couple of minutes. But meanwhile, what can I talk to you about? The purse? Well, I don't know. Hopefully someone find it. So have you been these 2 days here in Guadalajara, JSConf? I've been enjoying this conference a lot. I think one of the topics that I love was, let's remember the name of the speaker, Taylor. Pretty interesting how right now we can find out a job and how to be connected with others. Even though I think it's a good practice when a recruiter sends you a message in LinkedIn, remember it's not COVID times. And never say no to other one. Stay in contact, be in contact. And if you feel that job is not interested right now, well, maybe in a few years, but be in touch with those recruiters. Also publish the content in LinkedIn. You need to be part of a community, so that's why we are doing such things like this. Well, almost our speaker is here. Meanwhile, well, I'm going to translate. He is a full stack developer. Also, it's a tech trainer. He has a lot of experience or background or speaker with a lot of industry, very focused to develop products. He's a passionate for the code and teaching the code. Hockey, he loves hockey. And he loves to contribute to communities and to work with OSS, to participate in conference. So a big round of applause for Nacho Anaya. And he's going to talk about collect, ingest, observe, a new era for free JS monitoring. A big round of applause for Nacho Anaya. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this topic. This topic will be in Spanish, and it's kind of an introduction to a experience that I was in, because I was implementing an in-house system to observe, collect, ingest, and observe using open source tools. First of all, there's a disclaimer. I just changed. I was working with JavaScript, but for some years ago, I'm working with Go, and I'm a little bit of a traitor of Java, but I'm happy with these things, and I'm learning a lot. And as famous writers say, you can change a house, a colleague, but not passion. And I'm very passionate about this. And with this talk, I find out a reason to talk again and to share with you this topic that I love. And also to share with you my learning in another language, in another context in this ecosystem. My name is Nacho Anaya. I'm an engineer at Unity that provides services, ClickHouse. And this is my user in the social media if you want to chat with me. The motivation is because this tweet that I read a year ago of a very popular company, cryptocurrency, spent $65 million per quarter in third-party services. This is one of the companies very popular in observing, because they wanted to monitoring their services, and I think it was crazy. So we are going to think, okay, the same Mexicans in Argentina, let's not let other people to take some money from us. But regardless if we have money or not, this is crazy, this amount of money. And when we hire a third-party services, also sometimes we are like a prisoners of a vendor. In this case, monitoring services. Again, we don't know if this third-party company will be tomorrow. And last but not least, now we are not owner of the movie, our music, our games. And this is important. We need to be the owner of our information or our users' information. So taking into account all these, that's why I started doing or building my own monitoring system. It was not easy at the beginning, but I need to cross the sea of how to observe, to try it out or to look for solution, privates and open source. And it's kind of difficult. How can I start this? How can I be different from one thing to the other? Well, and I reach Open Telemetry. This tool is an open source that standardized and harmonize all this process. So all of us can start from one way or to the other, speak the same language. Well, about this tool, but let's talk about the concept. We can say that we can diagnose from outside the internal status of our platform without looking what is happening, but we are just checking the output, and from there, knowing what is happening internally. So this is a good observability system. It's like this, a slide without opening, and I can know how is it inside. Maybe one is rotten, one needs more time. So this is what we need to try. Our monitoring system is like a banana. It's this sense. We can watch it like that, and to know what is happening inside. So we monitoring to have some answers. What is happening? What is accepted or not? We need the answer, and for that we need that our software send signals. This output that is something that is happening internally. These signals are very important pillars of observability. And the logs is a record of the text and something that is happening in a point in time with a structure or not, or a log with a structure or not. And then it's very good and generally is a good thing because allow me to have this traceability. Then metrics, the things that I can measure, availability, performance, UX, when we are trying things, and we can make decision of scalability. Maybe I need to make a decision in my infrastructure, or if I have a lot of mistakes in an endpoint, this will start like an alert, and the people that is in charge that day will solve it. And also the traces. We can define the trace as the clinical history from starting to all the journey. Is a traceability that something that start in our platform and then again. And then we have a tree structure and we have this span. Let's think letter A is the entire trace and every boxes are spans. So a trace is a group of and we try to recreate that story. But what is important also is the context. So a trace, in order to be effective, that one is happening in that event with this minimum unit of job, is that is going to travel and then make sense. And again, how to implement this observability system, and we need to have all the information, keep it, and trace it. This is the way of to say how we are going to work. In old school, everything was simple. Genius was working as SEH, a running process, then watch the logs and the metrics. But the software evolved, and we do not work in the same architecture many years ago. Everything was complex, mainly because now the systems are distributed. The application or the web app that you can find out is a sync application and interacting with REST API. So not everything is in the same place. That's why we need this system through trace, and this will allow us to record the history in this complex system, service, a remote service. So we need to think of telemetry as a universal source, unified source, and I can have this history, and not everything in many places. Open telemetry is right here. It's a standard. It's a group of tools or conventions that provide us everything that we need to start this monitoring system. Very simple. Everyone is talking the same language. So we have everything that we need. So the instrumentation phase, recollect the metrics, we can do it in a unified way. And again, we are not lost in the sea. Open telemetry is not a UI. I'm not going to achieve in a web app and let's see what is happening. No, what I'm going to do is recollect information, instrument, and from there, the possibilities to take that information to other place. The feature is as a standard with their own protocol, so we can send the information and receive information, work with the propagation, text propagation context. This is what I was telling you. This context from one side to the other, so the story makes sense. It has APIs, tools, and we can work with all the languages. And two, instrumentation code. We are going to see this. And another one that you don't need this code implementation is more oriented to people or ops or infrastructure people. About instrumentation is pretty simple. Setup of the SDK, providers, and we can have a tracing and telemetrics. If everyone can have like an agreement and to do other things. So you can handle with your providers and also exporters. So with this, we can have, again, the information from one system to the other, and everything associated or configured with a destiny. And also we need to generate information. That's why we have libraries that allowed us in automatically with a specific code to say, well, you know, this is what I want. I need to take it to that place. It's very attractive. It's an open telemetry collector is a gateway of someone that can run it in your infrastructure and has this API receive information from your app. This collector from your code take the information, observability to this service or agent through HPP or gRPC, and internally receive information, process, and then export it. The process is just take it or apply a filter or more complex things. This will allow us, this collector, to generalize, centralize this information in just one person that will send to different apps. This is what we need with all these features: portability, interoperability, with no vendor, and you are not you are not archiving. We are talking about a standard. Nowadays, all the companies are implementing standards. Open source is not for free, but it's cheap. It's not $65 million. And it handles a set of APIs, and this allowed me in any type of programming language, use it in the same way. With this, we recollect data, collect, insert, observe, and in the middle part, what ClickHouse is a database. It's used for web analytics, logs, incidents, observability, and it's designed to have these queries. It's very, very fast in big quantities and with the proper schemes, and the reading is very fast. And what is good about ClickHouse with the backends is very simple to escalate in the horizontal way. Another thing, and it's important, is SQL. You can have a customer of ClickHouse, and then you have queries, and you can start reading information. It's a very powerful tool. And with that, maybe in another platforms it's not possible. So your queries can be more complex. And also for the presentation, we use Grafana. This is another tool for visualization. It's simple. We can create dashboard and configure notices or have alerts. And this is the part that we need. Open telemetry to recollect data. ClickHouse and Grafana for information. In Grafana, I transform everything and things like this ones. This is another example. I don't know what you are measuring or here, but it's not so difficult. Also, Grafana has this data source in appliance. It's a third-party application and integrates with ClickHouse. So in a very simple way, I can create a graphic, then a query, and then can be a Grafana graphic or chart. Everything works out like a team. It's like a pipeline. It's not just one solution. It can be different depending the equipment or customized, but have all the requirements that we need when we start monitoring system. And applying this to a real case with a code, let's imagine our architecture like this slide, and then send it to the services. I have two microservices, user and the other, and interact with another database. Each service, even Gateway, are very simple. And what they do is instrumentation with telemetry, with recollecting data. And then send it with HTTP to an agent and Open Telemetry Recollector, another one more in our infrastructure. And I have this API in Open Telemetry. And each and every one of them are sending the information. Inside the collector, I have the exporters where I have this information. And then I have ClickHouse. Take it, the information, and it process and take it. And from Grafana, with plugins, is where I'm going to set up all information and present it. I don't know if this makes sense, but let's try out with a code. This is a very small project. So let's see if this works out. Can you see it better? As I was telling you, you can see the code, and I'm trying to explain what I have here. In this file infra, this is with an Oper Compose. It's very simple to do it. And I have three services. One is the Open Telemetry Collector, is ClickHouse and Grafana. I have other part. This is not part of the pipeline, but it's a part of the example of the application. What is important is what is here in the collector. I have this configuration file, as you can see here, define the behavior of the collector. In the receiver, exporters, where it's sent it, and then process, and it's in the middle. So how we receive is very simple, HTTP, and exporter. This is a native integration of the Open Telemetry Collector. And the URL is the database. And there is in the middle. In this case is doing nothing. I'm using a batch processor in blocks. I receive 5 seconds in this case, and then to the database. And so we can be in different pillars, metrics, and traces, and this can be different. We are going OLTP and then process, and this is homogeneous to everyone. This is what the collector allows me to do. Then click house. And the particular of Grafana, I'm defining this file and what I need to use. I'm already configured. This is it's a code that I don't understand. This is from ClickHouse and Grafana. They create dashboard, export, and the advantage that every time that I put Grafana, it's not doing by hand. It's already there. Right now, let's see the code because this is the most important thing. Order uses very similar. Getaway, please don't put this in production, but I will like orders, and that's it. And then forward.
And this is the same for example, users. It's even simpler. And this is sending telemetrics. You would ask where is that code, but to the JSON app in the start command uses the flag, the required flag from Node that initializes the service or the library. And before starting the application, it looks for this file runs it and pre-initializes the application. And in this file, all the deployment is contained. So I'm going to return to the JS. And in 44 lines of code, I do all the deployment of my application in telemetrics. And the important logic is right here, the SDK setup. So we talked about instrumentalizing the SDK and use that instrumentalization library. We are here with the SDK and its exporters, and they're going to send the information. And in this line 41 here is where all the magic happens. This is auto instrumentation. It's part of the library. And automatically, they are going to get into our application and collect all the metrics. How does it do that? Because it's internally developed to work with, for example, Postgre, SQL, HTTP. All the normal stuff that we use to develop in the application are already in there, which guarantees that I don't have to do things manually. I could do that, but by itself, it's collecting all the metrics that we need. And here, of course, it does not have its own API. It will adapt to what it already exists. And what OpenTelemetry says, it obtains the logs from there and looks for them and sends them to the collector. And that is basically all. Then you go to the gateway. And as an example, what I do here is I create a manual metric, which is counting the gateway requests. There are different metrics. There are counters that go up and down or static. And what I do is just augment in the counter. And what happens if I want to modify a span, which is in a context given by OpenTelemetric, but this is all auto-instrumentalized. But if I needed to do it something custom beyond what is by default, I can also do it. I grab the span and then I customize the value. And this is basically what allows me, once I run all the services, the audio turned down. So Grafana by default runs in the port number 3000. And when you go into Grafana, you will see things like this. This that you see here is a graph that shows the traces. Those are all the traces that I've been recording in my application. I can click on a trace and I can see all the stream from the requests, from the gateway to the order service. And these are interactions with the database. For example, this one. And you can see that in 50 lines of code, with any integration with Postgre or HTTP, or if I'm calling a third party, it's going to be recorded here. And if it's not minor, I have all the logs here that's associated with the trace or the span. So if I need to analyze something that started to go wrong, I just go in here, look for the trace, look at what's happening, what's going well, what's going wrong, but I have everything that started from the start to the end of the request, including the logs. And this is what I told you about. We have a unified telemetry system. So all of these isolated things that work separately, you can now have them unified and make sense in the same place. Then I will have an example where I have all the logs and then an alert system that's using the counter, which I showed you about how many requests does a process have. But this is a little bit what we're trying to accomplish and what I wanted to show you. Now I'm going to return here, and this is the starting point. This is how to begin, and this is 90% of what you need. Now, the other 10% in your own systems is going to take the longest. So we have a system with the same architecture without touching a line of code. I could add the collector to send the information to Jagger or Prometheus, already having those services available, and extending or adding tools or changing tools on the fly without having to change a line of code. If you're interested in that, and if you want to get into this more deeply, there is an OpenTelemetry demo where you can see a high demand application that's also distributed with a lot of services in several different languages and mixing architectures, where you can go in and see in detail how things are done and even copy ideas or patterns. I also recommend these books. One of them is OpenTelemetry. One of the authors is part of the core team of OpenTelemetry, and the other is more general regarding observability. And these 3 articles from ClickHouse, which are in the official ClickHouse blog, where it speaks about real use cases who have a monitoring system or migrating a system which are saving millions of dollars in data. So I invite you to read them. They are very interesting. And as a final thought, this is a monitoring system is like a plant. So as a seed, I am going to water it. And the day I don't water it, then the plant is going to dry. And it's going to mature at the moment where you get a monitoring system that you know it's full and complete. When every time you have an issue, you have all the relevant information to solve that problem in a relevant and effective way. Here are the slides and the code. If you have any questions, you can write to me. Please, a round of applause to Nacho Anaya. Thank you so much for your talk. Is there any question from the audience? Do you have another microphone available? Hi. My question is, recently in my organization, we had a similar architecture to the one you showed, but finally, the DevOps couldn't correct an issue between sending the data from service to service, from the application, to the part that receives all the logs from the application. So they finally opted for monitoring, but on cloud. So that was the approach. My question is, what problems can we have from transmission of information between services, and in which conditions do we need to have them so that they don't fail? Regarding the considerations that you must have, it's important to propagate the context and instrumentalize the libraries, because it's too abstract and they need to take that context from one side to the other. And you can do that manually, but you need to be sure to transfer all the data from a place to another. And what you do is very important. So for example, in all of the spans, to help you debug that, you need to add your own values to help you that have to do with your business model and help you recognize that. Because this only happens to, for example, these types of users with this locale. So you need to have many types of considerations available with a good instrumentation, especially automated, and adding your own resources and attributes. It should be enough to ensure that the context propagation works and you do not lose anything in the middle. And how much resources does the application have to have besides what the service would consume, so that there wasn't a problem regarding transmission due to lack of resources? That is one of the advantages of the collector, that what it does is lighten the load of the application, because every so often it exports the data. So you can have different techniques about exporting. So for example, I want to export every set amount of time. And the only thing you should need to know is that you will have information loss. Because if your service is interrupted unexpectedly and it did not download the data that you had to the collector, you will lose that information. But it's important to take into account that when we do telemetrics or when we do observability, we do not keep 100% of the data. We sample the data, so we just keep a data set. Because if we are a large company and we have a lot of traffic, it's a high cost to maintaining that traffic, but it's difficult to debug. So you need to just keep a certain amount of data, samples of data, and you do not keep all the records. So losing information is not that big of an issue. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more question, in case the audience has more questions. Hi, thank you for your conference. I wanted to know what types of database could you recommend to be able to host all this data if I want to keep it in an engine or in a database or in a database engine to be able to share it later. I think ClickHouse is the best option. You could do it in Postgre. You could do it in any type of database that supports the collector, but the ClickHouse integration is native. I think Postgre also supports it. MySQL also does that as well. It's not ideal, so that you would do the query of information, but in systems where it's not that large and they are familiarized with SQL and Postgre, you can try it out. It's not an issue and it's going to work well. But ideally, ClickHouse, it's a database that is being used in real use cases. It has a lot of traffic, a lot of demand, and it works very well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Nacho and Naya. And now we will have our next speaker, which I am going to introduce. I think he is connected. His name is Luis Aviles. He is a software engineer who has worked with JavaScript for more than 10 years. He has participated in a lot of international conferences and has authored technical articles about web development. He has been recognized by Google, Microsoft, and Cloudinary. And I will leave you with Luis Aviles. Hi, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. I'm very happy to be here. This is my first time in Guadalajara. I am enjoying the weather, the food, and the community. This time, I want to talk to you about the experience that I've had and the power of web applications focused on image editing. Before I start with the technical aspect of this talk, I would like to tell you a story. This image that you see in the background is a nebula. And from a few years back, I have an interest in astrophotography, so I really like art, the technical part of that, the knowledge that you need in this area. And besides the images that we see online, for example, space pictures from telescopes like Hubble, there is a technical world that implies, for example, not only the use of telescope and optical elements like filters, software, image processing techniques, etc. So all of this world allows us to obtain an image that we see on the left, where we do not see a lot of detail and information. And here is where we do a post-processing. And the idea here is to obtain the greater amount of detail possible from these celestial bodies, like we see on the right. So now that I know more of this world in the last few months, I asked myself a question: how could we do this type of processing? And what kind of things we can achieve in web? So do you think that having an image, we could obtain the image as an output using JavaScript in less than 50 lines of code? Who would say yes? Please raise your hand. Who would say that more code is needed? Some people. I have a surprise for you. When I started to develop an application from scratch using web components and JavaScript to be able to achieve this, this is something that I want to show you today. But before, I would like to introduce myself. I am Luisa Viles. I am from Cochabamba, Bolivia. I have 10 years of experience in the web world, mainly working with JavaScript, TypeScript. I like to participate in tech events and support communities like this one from JSConf. And I also had the chance to found a community called Angular Bolivia. And due to these contributions, I have been recognized by companies such as Google, Microsoft, and Cloudinary Ambassador. And as I told you, I already like astrophotography. And now we are going to move to the technical part. The idea is to use current tools in the web world to be able to create an application from scratch. One of these tools are web components, which is a set of technologies that will allow us to create custom elements and also have a specific feature, which means that web components will have certain type of implementation that encompasses HTML, styles, and this logic. Having these components isolated means that we are going to prevent collisions with the rest of our code. So this is a very modern paradigm, which is being used in JavaScript frameworks. But in this case, to use web components, we do not need to use a framework necessarily. This is part of the web standard and it's ready to use. But we do not only need web components, we need APIs. As you know, these are application programming interfaces, and to understand them a little bit better, we are going to assume that we have a digital camera who like photography here. And who have a digital camera? You will realize that to be able to use a digital camera, you do not need to know the details of the sensor or the structure of the optical elements that they have in the lens, how it's integrated in the image recording when the light is captured in the sensor. Those are a lot of technical details that involve hardware and software. So what the camera provides is an API for us as users. This API means the buttons and controls that we have to be able to choose which mode do we want, the button to start recording, and a button to capture video. So that's the API which makes easy the use of something so complex as a digital camera. Likewise, in the web world, we have different APIs that we can classify in two parts. In the web world, we have the APIs that are already within the browsers, and we can use different languages such as JavaScript. Inside these APIs, which will allow us to manipulate files, to edit, for example, audio files, video files in real time. We can communicate with external services through HTTP. Who has used Fetched? That is another web API, which is really popular. But this is something that didn't happen before, and we needed to install a different package to be able to achieve this type of communication. So as part of these web APIs, we can think of integration of a map in our application, because a map is a set of tiles that are being stacked and scaled. And this is not part of the browser, and this is not a specification. We need to import a third-party package, maybe from Google, OpenStreetMaps, or any other. So if we think about implementing the feed of a social network, it's going to be the same. It's not part of the web standard, so we need to install a third-party package to be able to achieve this. But the idea is always to be able to use JavaScript and to start interacting with the browser. Now, focusing on the part of art, within web, we have something that's called Canvas API, which is supported in the different browsers. So it can be used in Google Chrome, Firefox, Edge, and others. This Canvas API is a type of canvas, which will allow us to draw different shapes. We can draw geometrical figures, represent text, animate, and to be able to handle a bitmap, an image, a video to process in real time, and why not to edit an image. Likewise, Canvas API is going to help us to have a canvas to be able to display an image or a video. We need a mechanism that would write. It would not be useful to edit an image if we cannot save or export it or share it with our friends. So to this end, we will need to consider a specification that allows us to access our files in the systems, and this is an API called File System Access. This one is very recent, and what it does is defining the mechanism of communication or access with local files in our system. We can read, we can write files, we can read a directory and be able to see the content there, filter by type of file, and so on. This sounds really interesting, and it's very well supported in modern browsers. But you need to work on that. It needs work on web for Android devices, works well with Google Chrome, Edge, and in the last versions. But this is something that needs to be taken into account when you work in API. See the support, what kind of browsers are supported before we move on. And now that we know a little bit more about web APIs and what kinds of things we can achieve in the web platform, I would like to show you the demo that I have prepared for today. I have an application here. I'll tell you what it is about. This is the interface, which is fully based on web components. Each of these elements of the UI is a component, fully isolated from the others, and it does not have any relationship with the others, but they are interacting. So we're capturing data to be able to drag and drop an image here in the middle, and on the right, we are going to run some filters or transformations for these images. This is something that I'm going to show you. We have two main parts, the editor, which is based in Canvas, and on the right, the controls, which are based on web components. I'm going to open a file, the ones that I showed you here. So this is an image that does not have a lot of detail, and we could leverage the abilities of the file that I just imported to be able to get more detail from this celestial body. So I could increase the brilliance, contrast, to separate the areas with more light from the dark areas, and to be able to see better. And the details of this comet, we could apply a monochrome scale if I don't want to show it in color, and other parameters such as opacity and maybe invert, which is like negative prints. And I'm going to show you the brighter areas as dark and the darker areas as light, as you can see here. So this is known in photography as a negative. It's interesting that it could be supported and it could be achieved from the browser. We could apply a filter called sepia. And if you remember, in some social networks, the first filters that we could use were very similar to these. Apply some color as a filter, which was very simple, normally in these types of colors. So as you see here, we are editing our image, but this is just a part because I am interacting with web components. We are exploiting the reactivity of these web components, but also I want to show you the capabilities that we have here to be able to use this option. I have a button that will allow me to save, the button save as. So we are going to capture this bitmap here in the canvas element so that we could have a new image. So I could create a folder that is going to be called JSConf. By default, I have the name of the file. We're going to call it comet.png. We will save it. That is the image that we exported, but not only that, from this moment on, internally, the application has access, read and write access to this file, which means that here we are going to edit, for example, reduce brightness, and I'm going to save it. And without having to open the dialog box, which is what we normally do, the application internally saves the changes. Now it's asking permissions, which is something important that I probably didn't provide. It should work. Let me open the other browser. As you can see, this is a live demo, so some things can happen. Now we're going to try something else. Maybe I'm using incognito mode. We're going to move it to do the drag and drop. And we tell it to create a file, which is called image2. And now we have a folder called JSConf image2. We're going to do a different edit. We're going to increment the contrast. It will be overexposed, but so that you can see. I have a notification that at the time of doing the save, what I did was synchronize the current state of the image with the file directly. So there is a link, and this is provided by the File System Access API, which I told you about. And as you can see here, the site localhost can edit that file. So for example, for privacy reasons, I tell it, okay, delete access. And further on, I want to apply different changes. Then it's going to say that to be able to continue with that action, you need permissions, edit permissions. so that you can edit the file. The API in that way is very accessible and simple to work on. And this will let us know if the application is reading a directory, is accessing a directory in our system. So this is what modern apps do, run in the browser, maybe a note editor or some other application that edits video or images. Now we have used a couple of APIs, and I would like to play with a different image. We are going to open the test images that I have. I have here a cat. I have found this cat in Bolivia. But from my point of view, this image is underexposed, is dark. So we could improve the brightness or apply a filter, a behavior that we have already seen. We have been interacting in a different way using web APIs, which thanks to the implementation of Google Chrome. In the lower part, we have some controls, which allows us to change the background. So if I use the button that says remove background, what it does is upload the image to a server, and that server is going to apply the algorithm to remove the background. So as you can see, the background is gone. We can see the cat and the edit that we did. And we can play a little bit with the color. So maybe we could give it a yellow background or a different color.
And we can still play in with the other values. But it's not only that. How about if we want to, I don't know, put our cat in another scenario, let's say the beach. It's better. Okay? Well, this transformation can be accomplished because we have a third API. It's not an implementation with a micron, but it's totally integrated in our app. Also, we can have another scenario. Well, let's go to space. And now is the first astronaut cat. So what do you think about this demo? I think worked. And gods of demos were with us. So this app is totally based in web components. To more context, the library is lit. It's an open source project and will allow us web components from zero. This library is very powerful because support JavaScript, TypeScript, have decorators, array, and you can have all these components and avoid to write our code one and again. It's very comfortable to work with this library, and we can have this web components, a single page application, just as we do with JavaScript. How do we work with lit and web component so we can have this type of app? We're going to use this command. And what it's doing is to execute a tool that with an open web component community. You can search it in Google, and it's about a community that provide different resources to work with these web component tools, tutorials, libraries. And this tool is pretty interesting. So you can have like a scaffolding and start from zero. So once you have this command, you will have a different prompts. For example, scaffolding for your new project, updated. Are you going to create a web component, or are you going to work in an app? We can say, I want to create an app. And then to accomplish this interaction between them. Then it's going to ask me JavaScript, and we say yes. And something that asks us due to the context is which is the initial component. And it can be imagine editor, and then you can name it. To know more about these details, and let's go to the implementation. And the way we use lit, and to have all these capabilities and decorators we see in line 5. This line 5 define a web component that is going to call the editor, and this library is custom element or the new element HTML that we are going to create and we can use from our project. What else? As I was telling you, we have this decorated property that is going to receive a change. Basically is the URL from the image, and we are going to renderize the image in the canvas element, and another property filter copy that has this configuration, filter, image, HTML canvas. And there's something very interesting in new versions. It was called lit element. It was the first this version, but now they have query and they can access to canvas element native to HTML. And now we have a reference. And we are ready to interact directly with this element. Declarative. I also need to show you the implementation of the method to chart upload the image, and we need to create an image object. So when we assign a reference, we are going to access a context called context rendering 2P. This is an interface or another element, the Canvas API, and we need to interact. So we have the size, transformation, and through clear we are cleaning the canvas before we can draw the image. And we are applying different configuration and filters, values of contrast, bright, all these concepts. With just one code line and reading the values of configuration that we have in other readers, we can start working with this context rendering 2D. Now we are ready to draw the image. We have this image element, and now we can size it. We can apply transformation and effects, rotation, etc. And in the last line is where you assign the URL of the image. And because this is reactive, the web that is linked to the canvas management refresh automatically, and it's ready. The way we perform or do render is through this method that uses another library. Is not so heavy, and it's available in JavaScript, and we can use HTML as a text and other properties, the weight, the height, etc. Well, in this render, how we refresh this component, it has a life cycle. We can detect properties that are changing in this web component, and manage. Updated is called, and we call it, or so what we do is to identify the image if something has changed in the configuration or filter, and then we draw with the new numbers. How can we implement Save As through this API that I was talking about? It's pretty simple. What we do is the inverse process. We are not accessing or putting canvas. What we do is read the content and then export it. And now we have the image. Let's read this map as an image PNG. And we are going to have an object block, binary large object. This object is used to manage image, videos, and also unmutable. This means that once you create this, you cannot modify it. So this is the characteristic of that. And in the moment when we interact with our file reader is through window.show. This is a part of File System Access API, and we can send it the type of image, the initial name of the file, and it's like a writing. We can save it in a new file. Once we pre-configure it, we capture the managing or the handling. And this seems like other languages. If you have reading and writing, there is a flow, there is a stream. This is very similar. And through this flow or this stream, we will have this object. And there is in line 22, is this is streaming or this is stream? And we can create it. This is something that is pretty important when we want to interact with our files. Then save, and we need to have reference of when we create our file. And right now, we are going to create this stream, writable, with this handler. We write what we are capturing from Canvas. And don't forget to close the loop. The difference is that we don't need to open file selector because we already have the reference and we can synchronize in real time the changes if you want it. This is very practical in this type of apps. How the feature works to eliminate background. First of all, we need to upload our image file to a server, external service. In my case, I use Cloudinary platform that offer a lot of language in JavaScript and some utilities that simplifies our life as developers. So there's two lines we already know. We capture the blob. And in order to upload, we need to create data. These mechanisms that we have already in JavaScript to add additional properties to the object because it is blob. We can configure it a pset. We can create a configuration to have some actions while the image is uploading to servers. So this is what we do right now. And something of Cloudinary is you can have like an arrow, but the next time you have directly the image without the background. There's a logic behind this to avoid any problem. Here you can see the upload. Again, HTTP post. And once we upload the image, and this, we can assume that the image is without the background. Another option is to directly upload the image, is on the flight. And we can have this effect. With SDK, we have a special function, background removal, and process the image and transform the new image in Cloudinary. So what is important is to have this reference through URL, and this platform, you will have it in this platform. And this is the part that I was telling about. The first time we want to read the new image, maybe you will have an error, and then you can have a similar logic in 2 seconds. And at some point, we will have ready, the image ready. And it will depend also the size of the image. Or it will depend of the speed of our connection. Where you take the image and, for example, a color of the background is something like this. Again, image reference, public ID. This is a very short value. We can configure it so it will be very easy to remember. And then you have this utility underlay. This underlay will receive another image. It can be there previously in our server. And also another utility position is the name. And this will provide a new position towards north, south, in the middle, etc. In this way, we can interact with SDK to have another transformation in the image. Good news for you is this project is available in GitHub. It's open source, so you can try it. I invite you to go to this link, take a picture. In this, my website, I have different articles about delete, web components, and other topics without frameworks, using only web components. Thank you. Thank you, Guadalajara. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luis Aviles. Pretty interesting, your topic. We are just about to finish. There's 2 more speakers, and the next one is Fernando Salazar. Fernando Salazar came with cheers. He came from Silo, and he is a very specific speaker. Thank you, Fernando, for this. And before this, another announcement. There is a Toyota with plate code GMY 2124 that you need to move it. Okay, let's do the introduction. Fernando Salazar. He is senior software development engineer in Silo. He is part of the MEM of web platform infrastructure. And the last a year, he's been working mainly in web and also have a lot of frameworks. Currently, he's working to boost the use and creation of micro frontends inside Silo. A big round of applause for Fernando Salazar. Thank you. First of all, I want to tell you that I'm not used to talk in public. I don't have experience of public speaking, nothing about this. So please just bear with me and before I start my talk, I would like to talk a little bit about myself. I love new things. I'm very updated of a framework, a new library. And as you know, JavaScript, when we are talking about front stack and full stack, it changes. We have, every week, we have new different things. I love how things work. And I'm a passionate of users' experiences without stressors. And developer tools, I'm just fascinating because you can help the community, developer community, to do things easier. And one of this topic that fortunately I'm working with is the micro front ends. I will tell you how in Silo group we have this architecture group, and unfortunately I don't have an example of a live code, but the architecture is enough. So if you are facing one of these problems, you will know how to solve it. I'm senior software development engineer, Silo. I'm part of the web platform infrastructure team. This is not just my team, my talk is my new team. All these people is part of my team. And our brother team, they are the ones that are implementing. They are the mind behind all this architecture. So imagine Silo, or as a company around 50 developers. It was okay. It was a very simple architecture. And from one day to the other, Silo, you can have it here. You have a gateway, a backend and frontend, 50 engineer, very easy to handle. And all of us know the code base, and we share things. And from one day to the other, Silo starts growing. And that was something that it was okay. And of course, new engineers arrive, and from 50 is hundreds of engineers. And they made a decision, Silo, integrate all the different business just in one. Housing super app. I don't know. For example, we help people to find out houses, and we have different business areas, so the model change. There's many engineers. Of course, this start growing, and for me, there are two problems. I was not there. I've been here for just 1 year, but somebody talk about it. Yes, and there are two examples. There it was lines of business integration, and you can imagine one monolith, React. There are 2 pages, Very important, both of those pages share React content. That's a very common situation. So there's a team, Crocodile team, they own one page. So the other team is the owner of the second page. They develop new features until one day the Crocodile team need to update the React context. We've been there. Yes, you can do it. So the Crocodile team need a lot of time. And as programmers, we are excited to send these features. So people will use and know this part and say, I did it. So they were very excited to send them to production, and then Python and Crocodiles is I'm super cool. But unfortunately, the other team finds out, let's say, reduced performance, not as dangerous. They can live with it, but it's something that needs to be fixed for a couple of weeks. And Crocodiles mentioned, yes, of course, but my performance, it's excellent. So who needs to solve this? Who has the ownership of that React context? So the ones that are interested are the red team, and Crocodiles are the ones that are doing the change. So who is in charge? Who must be in charge? So they end with this type of situation. Of course, the Tigers has nothing to do, but who is going to do it? Someone has to do, because it's degrading the performance of the page or the app. And this is a problem that here I'm the principal engineer. My principal engineer said, well, you know what? All of us are owners of everything. This is the React context, because everyone is interested, everyone is changing, but you don't want to maintain it or updating. So in Silo is something like this happen. So everyone are owners and separate pages and to different services, and everyone owners of everything, or just your own. But remember, the line business were just one. It's not the only problem that we face. This is the second scenario. This is a page. And again, Crocodiles are the owners. And a part of this page is a feature, very important feature, very, very complex, because there's another team that is the owner exclusively, another business line. So now we have the turtle team, something like this, where they share the same environment and they get along pretty well, but something bad can happen. So now they are sharing everything, the lake or the pond, and now a feature is very important for the turtles, and they start working as good developers, and we get excited, and they finished. Okay, let's do deploy. Publish the package of this feature, PM package, and the responsibles of this package is to update in the web page and then publish. But the development of the Crocodile is not stopped. They also were working in their own business. So we arrived to the same spot, the production, and with that, turtles. Unfortunately, something went wrong. Production went down, and very fast, very, very fast. Crocodile is a rollback, like the other example, and Nothing is happening right now. Everything is happy, but the turtle, they don't have the feature in their production scenario. The problem in this lead time and the execution time increases.
And it increases a lot. I assume that we all know that as a software company, what we do is iterate as fast as possible because one day, a week, a month is time and time is money. So if you are developing new features, it's for the company to improve. So this is the types of issues that increases the time of execution. So Silo says, okay, we need to do something. But what? What are our options? The first is to do a huge mono repository like Google, like Facebook. We know that that's how they operate and it works for them. But in Silo, we investigated this option. Unfortunately, we do not have that size and that scale, and we ended up deciding that this was not going to work for us. So we will lead to all other solutions. So as I showed you, the crocodiles, the animals had all of that. So this is what we're doing. This is something that's being implemented and it is not solving all the issues. This is another option. We are going to create a bunch of npm packages so that we could do automatic updates. It's a solution that a lot of people are using, but unfortunately it's not aligned with the business model of Silo. We cannot implement it properly. This is where micro frontends begin. So why? Because the concept is aligned spectacularly with our business model, with unification of our different business lines. So what are micro frontends? Does anyone know here? If you have heard about this before, please raise your hand. And who have worked with micro frontends? Great. So we have people. So what is a micro frontend and what isn't? It is not a random collection of JavaScript functions or components for React and that. That's a definition that was shared by my principal engineer with me. I'm going to read it in English because those are his words. It's a usable portion of a usable experience that encapsulates a particular function and fulfills specific business name. That's a lot of buzzwords. But it's a single autonomous functionality, a user experience. I don't know how many of you have entered the Silo website, but this is the one. I would like to do a little exercise. So here, I don't know if someone wants to identify parts that could be a micro frontend. If you want to participate, please raise your hand. If no one wants to participate, I could give you the answer. Here, for example, what can be a micro frontend? The header, what else? The search bar, what else? The listings. And effectively, those are the simple examples to identify because search has absolutely nothing to do with the houses that are trending here. And that has nothing to do with the upper part here. So each is a different user experience and has different needs. So we need to separate the business very, very clearly, maybe not in the code, because you see that it's all a single web page. And yes, all the web page is a micro frontend that is not importing other micro frontends. So we know what the problems are. We investigated options. We decided on some. We know what they are, but who is going to do it if all our if everything we do is pages or features. So that is where the web platform team emerges. Some of you, does anyone has worked with a platform team, or what do they do? So what do platform teams do? They structure for all the team, yes. For me, the main functionality is focused on the product teams and the search features or the browser up there. They deliver the most value as quick as possible. So get all the tooling and automations that you can. Do not worry about infrastructure or anything. You do not worry about it all. You just have to get the business logic that is going to satisfy the user needs, and you will have all the observability. So how are we going to do that? This is where we start playing with Webpack and Module Federation. This is a very interesting plugin when we started using it. When we started using it, it was along with Webpack. It had a different version now, which is supported for Webpack, but for another services. But why is it so special? This plugin is composed of two different plugins, the container and the container reference plugins. So what do they do? Webpack, when you use it to do bundling of your JavaScript files, it creates an entry file and different chunks so that it's not in different files. And what container plugin does is that it's a remote entry and the file is being used by container reference by resolve this remote file in the runtime. So here's where I start. We do the configuration. It works well. We can start using the micro frontends. But we don't want all the teams to configure all of that. We don't want them to copy paste. So we decided to abstract this, and it's a package. And we can support CSS, LESS, JSS, TypeScript, files as well, JPEGs, PNGs. So we have that. This is the diagram that I'm going to be updating as long as I speak about the components of the architecture. But we have a configuration that speaks about module federation. The yellow part is runtime. The white part is not in runtime. But it's not good to start installing Webpack in all the dependencies. And here is the config file and use this config. So what do? We create a CLI. So I believe everyone has used Create React App, or Next.js has is NextDev. We can create our web platform dev and web platform build so that the users and the developers, the product developers that work these micro frontends do not have to stress about anything. We also have a config file that enables to configure the build, and the configuration can be extended. The Webpack configuration can be expanded because we can want to give you all the tools, but we do not have opinions on them, so that if you want to add new technologies, you can. So if you can add style components, you can do that. I don't care, really. You can support that with your plugin. So this is what we have now, a CLI that uses a Webpack configuration that uses module federation. But this is not over. You have to deploy that via the CI/CD pipelines. Well, we do a pipeline that runs when you do the merge requests and the merge to main, and you build and deploy the micro frontends. So this pipeline is extendable. As I mentioned, it installs your dependencies, it does the build and the deployment, but in each of these stages, there are hooks to do things before installing, before building, and before deploying. For example, to run unit tests before the build. do formatting, do linking, a lot of possibilities. So there are things that you want to do later. So you deployed and the pipeline failed. Send me a Slack message quickly so that we can fix it. So this is what the pipeline does. But I did not explain how to deploy. And this is not easy. It's micro frontend. It's not a common architecture, but you let it run. They don't run. Your build files are somewhere, and you need versioning because you have different environments. So the deploy service is really easy. What it does, it creates a version depending on the pipeline where it runs, such as the branch, for example. The pipeline also calls the CLI that generates the files, and then they are sent to the deploy service. And what it does is that those files are saved in a service, in a file storage, and updates the manifesto. Then the deploy service handles the development, versions, stage, and production. Where are they saved? In the remote engine with all different chunks. That is what file storage is for. So what is file storage? It's a bucket. Some speaker talked about S3, which is a bucket. It saves the file and you consume them later. Of course, it's more complex than that, but using them is simple. So you have the file storage, and what about the manifesto? What do we do there? We can track the information about the micro frontends that are recorded, and we'll tell you about them. So what is the name of the MFIs? Because the micro frontends are going to be consumed in a way. So if I want to use that micro frontend, that is where you go. This is why we use the config file. The version that is generated by the deploy service. This is where we start talking about URLs. The build process generates two builds, one for client and one for server, because of course we support server-side rendering. So this is all kept in the manifesto. So we have a structure more or less like this, which looks very, very simple, but how are they consumed? You load silo.com and you don't know how to grab the micro frontends or what version. So I'm going to talk about the rendering service. The rendering service, we use React. So that is the entry point to run React. And it also resolves and uses micro frontends. So this is a very simple way to show it, but it starts from the gateway. You start from silo.com. And depending on the routes, you have 1,000,000 Silo pages. But the ones in the platform arrive to the traffic controller, and then we have the rendering service. But those are different pods, and each of the pods renders in the server that of the micro frontends that live in the repository, so they do whatever they want with them. So you go to a for sale page, and it arrives to the pod, and then the for sale uses a micro frontend, it resolves everything, and then you have it, all your initial templates. And that is where you hydrate. You bring the client URL, you evaluate the files in runtime, and then it hydrates. But I don't know if here you can see an issue or something that could happen. We are not solving anything here. We are using buzzwords. But if the Octopus team breaks something, then the pods are dead and the latency goes up, the availability goes down because somebody broke their page. So what do we do to mitigate this? That is a concept called multi-tenancy, where you have a single service that communicates with several. So our rendering service is about several, and all the micro frontends, which we call root level or page level, Each of them have their own rendering service. So here we are able to have each of the pages and its server rendering process, which is very isolated. So if I broke production, I just broke it for this page, but everything else operates as usual. So everything else speaks to the same traffic controller and to all the same services exactly. Each resolves independently without having to go into a problem that is called the bad neighbor problem, which also happens a lot in observability. And now each has their own logs, so you don't have to filter that log. So for example, it's full of things that you don't really like or want. This is a small overview. This is what you need to implement frontends in a way that we consider accurate. I am sure that there are 1,000 solutions here, but we initially registered the sub apps if those happen to be the root of a page. For example, the landing page or the for sale, which consumes other micro frontends, we create its pod group. So that's an entry point. The other is the pipeline that runs when you create an MR or you merge on main or on master. The other entry point is the CLI for local development. Of course, you're going to run it. And the fourth entry point is organic navigation from the users that go to Silo. All of this here and many things that I don't have time to talk about, such as server-side rendering or error handling, performance optimizations, observability, scaffolding, all of that is isolated in an abstraction that we call Frontier, which tries to be, or the point of it, is to be the abstraction for all of them as React is for the DOM. What are the cons of this? Because you always have cons as well as pros. If you want to use micro frontends, you're going to have a very complex architecture, which will lead you to have a very dedicated platform team. And since you need to solve front-end problems and the runtime, of course, is not as fast. You can optimize the performance so that you can get in a similar speeds to what you have right now. But that is the sad part. The good part is that you can start to do a vertical ownership in your company. That is, your team that handles this line of business can do everything from the front end to the back end without having to resolve anything with other teams or getting delays from other teams by deployments and dependencies and approvals. So it speeds up the process. You have separate interests. So for example, the shared React context from the first example is no longer the case. So situations from like the turtle is no longer the case because you are completely independent from the new version. So you can have a new feature delivery, a much faster delivery, which we can see in our users. So the last teams that did a sign up in a platform reduced the lead time for change from 2 weeks to basically a day. So let me know if that is not a win. So this is the end of my talk today, but I would like to remind you that all of them is the team responsible to implement all of this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fernando. A round of applause. Does the audience has any questions? I'm going to give them the microphone. Hi, thank you for your talk. Thank you so much. The only question that I have is, if you have different micro frontends and you export functionality between them with TypeScript types, have you been able to solve this interdependency without losing all the types when you import those components? Internally, yes, we use module federation, the Webpack version. We can achieve that, and it can be done, but it's in the backlog. But the new version, you have TypeScript by default. So if you're afraid and you don't want to lose the static types, it can be done. Someone else? My question is about shared libraries. So if you have a different style, shared libraries that have different versions, how do you handle that with the micro frontend architecture? Thank you so much for your question. I was going to mention it, but I forgot. Thank you for your question. Yes, the same plugin of Module Federation, they have a part in which you can configure shared libraries or shared dependencies. So since we use React, of course, React has to be a shared dependency. If you have different instances in one page, it can crash. So this is how we handle that. Is there time for another question? How do you handle the versions of different dependencies? I mean, if the octopus team has one version, but the crocodile does not want to use the new version, for example, the search, but the home is the latest version, but another team does not want to update the version for if they're busy. So what are the policies to have two versions? So why would I have two different search bars? Okay, two different micro frontends, the same, but in different versions. Yes. You could do that registering a new micro frontend using the last version, but in truth, due to their nature is you always want to have the last version available. And the change of version is something that each team has to do manually. For example, this is a large change, so I move version from 2 to 3, or is it automated? Depending on the type of change, the federation could be determined if it's a minor change or a major change. Is a dependency change or a micro frontend change? Is about the version. You just register a different micro frontend with your past version. You keep it there, you don't update it. And at the moment of importing, you change to what you want. And with that, I'll finish. To rollback, you just go to the pipeline that you run and you run it again. Thank you so much. The next speaker is ready. So thank you for receiving me here. And thank you for your participation. Thank you so much to Fernando. Another round of applause for him. Finally, an announcement. We are going to have our last conference from Julian. We will present him later. So once the talk is done, we can stay in our seats. So if we can come here at the end of the conference so that we can take the official topic and to provide a very important announcement. So everyone, please come here at the end of the talk so that we're all listening to him. And please remain in your seats. Once he finishes, you can present the speaker, introduce the speaker. The title of the talk is The Hitchhiker's Guide to Event-Driven Architectures. I am nervous, actually, but I am going to provide the description of Julian Duque. He is Julian Duque. He is in charge of developer relationships in Heroku, Salesforce, and he is passionate about sharing knowledge and empowering others to be better developers. But in truth, I admire him a lot. So I am a fan of his. He has inspired me a lot. He has inspired me in everything that I do. And I've seen videos that he did about Node.js, and that's how I realized that there was a technology that could do wonders in the backend, doing the language that I love, which is JavaScript. So this is how I became a full stack developer. And the part about sharing knowledge, being in a community, I am also inspired by him. Once I ran into him in JSConf Colombia, we took a picture. So for me, it's like being with Batman. So I'll leave you here with Julian Duque. Precisely, I have a Batman voice right now. As you can see here, I am so sorry. I lost my voice. I was not partying, but I would have liked to be partying. I will do my best to give this presentation with all my heart. I have a better voice right now. I tried a lot of tequila. I think it worked. I just had one, so I can be heard clearly. If you heard me yesterday, I was completely mute. So I think we can do this talk. I am going to tell you about the guide, the Hitchhiker's Guide about event-driven events, architectures with Node.js. And this is a pun regarding one of the science fiction books that with tequila helps a lot. It's a pun from a book from Douglas Adams, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And we're going to go through this story about what are events and how can we create applications. Let's not panic. Let's just talk about events. It's very simple. This talk is very dynamic and I need your help with your phones. So you can do a couple of things. You can go to this website or you can go directly to the JSConf site. So if you save this website, I am going to upload resources, URLs. This link is going to remain open. I believe that you already understood what the dynamic is. So this is a web component that I created to add it to any website so you can react as if you would react on Instagram, Google Meet, YouTube Live, or any of these sites. So what technology are we using to be able to do this in the site of JSConf, or as the site that we are loading in the QR code, or in my presentation? There is a source that is delivering these events and it's delivering them in real time. And I'm not using WebSockets, which is what we would normally use with web technology to create applications in real time. But I'm going to tell you what is in the backend. You would had an introduction to frontend in the morning. ChatGPT helped me for that. But I have worked a lot with backend and Node.js. So I'm going to tell you what is behind this little application. My name is Julian Duque. I am a developer. I am the developer advocate of Heroku, which is part of the team of developer relations. I have organized JSConf in Colombia and also NodeConf. I collaborated in Node.js. You can find me in social networks, Blue Sky. That is the one that is in vogue right now because I don't like Twitter anymore. But still, you can find me there or add me to LinkedIn, and we can continue our conversation there. Thank you. There are more than 1,000 of us. I'm going to hide this one because this is an architecture, an event-driven architecture, and also message-driven architecture. So I'm sending messages between components. This pattern promotes the production of these events, the detection of these events, reaction to these events, and consumption of these events. And we can see that from the most simple applications, such as a website. So we are reacting to events that happen in the web. So a click, filling a form, applications that are distributed, connected to multiple nodes, large scale. This is what I'm trying to emulate with this animated widget here.
Let's define something. So what are events? Events are signals or messages. It can be relatively simple or a little bit more complicated, like a payload or different type of codification code, such as, this type of event. And in general, these events show us that something happened. There is context, time, information, what is happening during the event. So it's a simple signal or messages that indicate something has happened. It can represent a request and an action, different type of information, and represent as event. An architecture oriented to events, event-driven, is a way to communicate between components that are not coupled in a strong way. Only I know that I have this, and I don't need to know the totally of this event. And with this, I can have systems not synchronic events, not blocking, and some interaction. So these benefits. ETA enables asynchronous non-blocking interaction. Why Node.js? JavaScript non-blocking nature event loop. Due to its nature, single thread, that we can execute different things. Event loop. Event loop, we are talking of this event driving of Node.js. So let's go from basic, this event loop of JavaScript, and APIs delivers JavaScript, so you can internally work, and then we are going to see scale, distributed systems, and the final architecture of how we solve this problem or widget. You as programmers, the event, when you hear click or on click, you don't know when the user is going to click. You can't predict it. Until that happens, you are just listening and subscribing to that event. And later you can have the context and you realize an action. So this is architecture driven to small events, but let's see it in a big scale. Event loop of Node.js, of the heart of gold, as in the book that I mentioned. That event loop allowed this nature, a synchronous nature of Node.js in one thread. If technically speaking, Node is multi-thread. There are several of them executed in the runtime, but in the user, what I have access is just Great. If I want this type of application in Node.js, I need to use worker, inter-process communication, and that can be an architecture, event-driven architecture. So here is just one. And as the name said, this is constantly asking, is there any action? When you are going to do an operation that requires a lot of computation or input and output, and the kernel is handled that in the operating system, I have a callback. I don't know, I don't have the information, but well, I have this callback, and that type of operation that I'm going to perform, I will start reading or database, and once this operation finishes, I notify to the event loop I finish, and this is the result. Event loop is going to ask, is there something to me? And do it again until I have the result of that callback and I pass the answer to the one that put the request. If we have a zoom of what is happening internally in Node.js, we go to documentation, and you can see it like that. The first operation that Node.js will do is ask for timers. Interval, timeout, function, or callback, set timeout. So that is the first that event loop is going to ask. The timers, the pending callbacks, the error, the preparation, the poll, the check. So everything that timer is telling me. Then I will ask the pending callbacks. Do I have something to process? Then I'm go to the file idle or prepare internal phases, and I ask, I have poll, and I contact the IO, the external part, the computation file system of the net, to see if there is some answer, and then check and set in media, another function of JavaScript. And last, the callbacks to close callback. This is special callback. Close the file descriptor of a file, and internally Node.js is going to process, but I cannot see it. If I want to write an app with Node.js and again event driving, Node.js will give me an API, and it is in this core, but also in the system, and is the event meter. Who has used it? Perfect. That event meter is Babelfish, and it allows the communication between internal components of the app. Event emitter will manage this in this ecosystem, and you will have this, and you will see this API almost everywhere. I register a listener or an event .on, and once the function is executed, I can create classes that extend this event meter, and you are going to have the same nature. You can listen event, and I can emit events with information. For example, streams, objects, in general, in series, and in this event emitter is error. If there is an error, a crash inside this operation, and you are not listening, this error event or the server can crash. And you can handle that. An error, you can handle that. And we are going to find out the same API. HTTP, file system, stream, diagram, process, etc. This is pretty common. It's part of the ecosystem. And this app that I developed, where are we using it? More or less, this is an abstraction of what am I doing in my server. I'm importing event emitter. I'm creating this instance, and I call it event, a very creative name. And I have two types. The first one, emote. And it will tell me the emoji that you are clicking, and I will send it to the customer because I have the data. And the second one is doing an emit, launching that event. And when you click in my API, and I'm payload and the feed is very popular until now. And the other is bottles, because I want to distribute the state of all the people that are connected, because I want to share this status. I'm checking all the emojis, and I have the metadata. I send it to the customer and emit in other part of my app with a structure of this way. How many votes? And this, with this, I can communicate with components of Node.js. But if I'm running two apps of Node.js, I cannot send that event from one app to the other. I need to have something that allows me to send that event or information from one app to the other. If I have my back end and running in differently, this pattern will not help me. It's just internally, but not to communicate among others. For that, who has used this pattern? This pattern is from publish and subscribe. I publish and I subscribe to that, and so I can receive information. At the beginning, in my app, I'm using Redis with pops up app, and it was okay. I have this place or instance of with publishing, and I have the loop of the quantity or the times that I'm going to publish that event. In this case, the channel or event, and I'm sending this dolphin each second. I need an instance of the subscriber. In Race, I cannot use the same publication. I need two connections. And in this case, I say, well, I need this. I'm going to listen all the emotes. And each time that I receive a message, I'm going to listen and I'm going to receive the one that I'm subscribed. And because I can have all this and I have just one message and one event, I need to filter the one that I want to operate. And this is, I receive all the information, I do the parsing, and I process. But there is another topic with message queue, and in general, there are synchronous with synchrony. And if I'm listening, I will receive the message. Otherwise, I will not have this message if it's changed. So there is this app is sensor and some alarms. So if I'm not with myself who is in my house, I know I will not receive the notification that somebody is at the door of your house because I need to be connected. Also, this type of architecture, and I send a message and I don't care what happens to it. If I need to, if it's a storage, if there is something, if you are listening and you are connected, well, it's like that. So as a publisher, I don't care. And this is the same with this, only that the ones that are online are the ones that will receive the information, no one else. There's no way to store it. I can create a tracking or a log from this information that is sent it. For some cases, but we are engineers, we want to complicate ourselves. Let's solve Apache Kafka. Have you used it? Yes, wonderful. Apache Kafka, it's a system more robust. It's not pop-up. And this allows me to do this type of distribution in real time, and I can replicate persistency, high scalability, and it can be a lot in this case, but it's working. And let's see our concepts that are behind Apache Kafka, and then we can understand the solution. First of all, we have brokers. Brokers are instances or servers where Apache Kafka is running. Generally, I do it in a cluster of servers. Well, our recommendation is two brokers processing the messages. With this, I can have scalability. If one went down, the other can keep working. For users and consumers, they're like subscribers or publishers, and are the customers or the clients, the one that is writing or read this Kafka. The topics or the channels, and this is the stream of events that they're going to be replicated through different brokers. For my app, I create and in that way, I can have consumer groups, and they will consume. I can have each topic with different rules, configuration, partitions. How am I going to do this? And to have more scalability and to have an order in the messages, persistency, etc. So more or less, this is a typical architecture of Apache Kafka. And in the link, when I share the slides, or you can go to /slides, I will share it at the beginning of this topic. And I explain all the topic that is this type of architecture of events. And we have different users creating or sending information, very specific. And thank you. We need to send a topic or several topics. Depending of the architecture. I can define that one message, the producer, and then the consumer, then process, and then send it to another topic. And if we expand that cluster, we can see that there are multiple brokers or servers that are working, receiving these messages. If one again went down, the others are going to be present. If one message is not delivered to the cluster, there are strategies to retrieve so I can try to obtain that message and don't lose it. And I have data, reliable data, and I know that my information is going to arrive to the consumer. If I, as a consumer right now, and I say, give me all the events from the beginning, I will receive all this, the history, and I can create these rules. How am I going to retain all these logs? So this is implementation. This is a summarize of the event. The Kafka JS is the name of the library, 100% in JavaScript without native dependency. And there are other libraries in Node. And it's very popular, created by a company called Blizzard. Do you know? Do you know Blizzard? They create another client with vendings nativos, Node.js from another library in C. But sometimes in Kafka, because it is needed to compile it to C, there are some servers or equipment, they don't have the building tools, and it will be more complex. Kafka JS is like this, with good performance. 100 implemented in JavaScript, no native dependency, production ready, transaction, compression, batches, commit. And with this, something happened during the process of the creation of these events and these messages. For example, I didn't create, I can do rollback. I can have some rules of compression in messaging GC. You can use Snap or other algorithms so that that is not a stream of JSON, but a binary package, smaller and efficient, and also in batches. I'm using the event emitter so the components can communicate, and the file where I have a Kafka API or the roots and Fastify when I am interacting or sending things to the customer. And I create this instance and I emit the event with Kafka. Then I can connect to multiple brokers. The SSL configuration and TLS and etc. And the code that I'm going to share, you are going to see this. Another instance, producer, at the end I connect, and I will use all this API. You will see it in the code. And then consumer group, I'm going to listen that topic emotes in Heroku, where I am running this app. And because it's a multi-tenant system, they share server with other customers. And Heroku can give me a Kafka prefix with my topic, so I don't have collision with another customer that they are using Kafka. I subscribe to that topic, and basically I run my SPI, and I would love to simplify my life. And this has a function that is called each message that is going to execute each time that I receive that message to that topic. So I'm receiving that and I'm processing with the information and sending with to my API. And then send it. Sending, take it and sending, and send it to the customer. And that's it. Another thing I'm using in this app is not necessarily part of an event-driven architecture, but involve events, unidirectional, and I'm not using WebSockets, but web standard, pretty simple, powerful. That is server send event. Have you used it? Less hands. Well, you are going to have something new in this chat. This server center and is a string in one direction from the server towards the customer. And no, this is not server push. This is HTTP1. And I'm just defining a connection, keep alive, constantly connected to a route in a backend. And I define that this is a text stream is not JSON, not text plain, it's not all of that. And I'm going to send, in general, 3 things. An ID to identify the event, the name, in the UI, and the data and the payload of what I'm going to receive. In the browser, I have this API, is open source, and then I have a new one. I connect it to the API that this data is going to deliver me, and from there, I have 2 ways to read information. All the messages, on message with the on message, with this event listener, or I can create event listener that is going to filter the information depending of what I'm sending. In this payload, I have 2 ones. Let's do a zoom here. Let's see the Kafka. And I'm going to read all the payloads that I'm receiving in the payloads of Kafka. All of this, all what you are doing is show me the broker, the size, and it's showing me the payload that I'm receiving in JSON, and then send it and redistribute it. And I'm going to see the information of that topic. What is happening in that moment. 51 messages per second, 8 kilobytes is nothing. That topic is there, 8 parts, different parts, receiving information, and the consumer is receiving what it is, and I don't have a comparison. I'm not compacting anything. So this is what I'm receiving. If the payload will be smaller. And this is enabled, and I only have 24 hours for message history that I can have it 24 hours ago. And according, you can change that. How can we see that API? Here I have multi-tenant. I can create multiple events. In this case, it's JSConf MX. I can have a widget for other type of conference, and I'm not going to receive emojis or votes. So I connect myself to the stream, and this is what is happening. Then it's a pause, more emotes. This is a very simple payload that I'm using, and I'm synchronizing my EYs. Now, let's see a little bit deeper the code, and I will share these repositories. This is my Kafka library. This is what I created, more complete with the configuration of XSML and checking that everything are receiving the topic.
I have then another emitter of the node process. So when I kill the process abruptly, it cleans it. It cleans the resources. This is a good practice. So I send a signal interruption to my process. I am going to disconnect from the Kafka clusters. And if I kill the process without handling this, the connection timeout is going to take some time. So if I connect myself again, it's going to believe that there are clients connected to the broker. So I am exporting the topic, the events, the user, the consumer to anyone who's going to import this file. In this other file, I have the index.js, which I did with Fastify, where I have the two routes. One route, which is from the events ID, which is returning the stream of information. And the other is the emote ID, which is the one that's going to be used to send the emote, which has a body. And you can see here the schema. It receives a parameter that is the emote. And I don't want this to be filled with information, with erroneous information. I have a list of predefined emojis so that then you don't send me things I don't want. And now I have a logic to consume and listen to those messages in Kafka. I am using an utility called event iterator that allows me to convert events from an event emitter, a normal event emitter, to a string iterator, which is more modern JavaScript. So what do I need to be able to pass to the library that I'm using to the server send event? The server send event is being used with the following library, which is called Fastify Server Send Events version 2. This is the plugin that provides these features, and it's also available for Express, Koa, and other types of frameworks. I just register it as a plugin, and what it enables is the method SSE, or server send event, so that I am going to respond to this request with the event iterator. So within the iterator, I have two event listeners. Remember that I have the events connected with Kafka. So I'm here receiving the emotes, and then I'm receiving the votes. The votes are being sent locally in a heartbeat event, which has a function running, which is running every some time. And it takes the data from the database and sends them to that emitter. And then I have to guarantee, and this is very important, when I'm working with event emitters, I have to guarantee that when the connection is over, when you close the browser, I am going to delete that listener, or else I'm going to have memory leaks issue. So I have a cleanup function. So basically it stops the interval and the heartbeat and removes the specific listeners that you're using. So that way I'm not going to have any memory leak. And this is how I am sending the information to my frontend. And from the frontend, I have that widget in React. And what it's doing is an event source in the route that I defined. It is the API. And I am adding the two event listeners for votes and emotes. So here I have my methods in browser. You can do the cleanup. So here I have my methods. When I receive an event, I already have an animation library that receives the data and sends them all up. And when they receive the votes, what I do is update the front end with the votes. And this is the implementation in the code. We're going to see the architecture diagram of what is going on. You are sending the emote to the API endpoint that is connected to the prod user, send the message. That message has the topic emote Apache Kafka, and I have it on other part of my code or another server or another application or a mobile app or whatever I want. I subscribe to that topic, which is the emote, and I send it to that event iterator that I have to be able to send via server send events, which I'm going to consume by an event source. So that is the solution where you will be able to find. I am going to spoil it for you. So I have a repository called Heroku examples. One is the emote server, which is all the backend. And here there is a link to the emote widget, which is the web component in React, so that you can reuse it in your own events. So remember, emote server or emote widget. Now that we have talked a lot about events and it is time to finish this talk because my voice is running out, we are going to talk about different events. I'm going to talk to you about different events. The first one is JSConf Chile in December, 5, 6, and 7th of December this year in Santiago de Chile. If you want more information, I went there last year. It's a great event. Go to other places and know people from Latin America. Latin America is growing a lot, is shining. I love what's happening there. And I am sad that I am not going to be able to attend this event. But of course, they know that they have our support and our love. And another event, I have been organizing JSConfs more than 10 years. And we decided to say goodbye to JSConf Colombia. They still want JS conference. So in the CityJS, we announced JSConf Latin America. This is going to happen in November in a year in the city of Medellin, Colombia. Is the first edition of JSConf Latin America. But we do not want JSConf Latin America from one single country. So would you organize it in 2026? Mexico? Let's see. We have a very interesting organization team. So thank you so much for the JSConf Mexico team. I admire this lovely, wonderful event. I hope that you continue to do this because it's very important for the region. And the last event that I want to announce is that it's time for the happy hour. So this is being sponsored by us. It's been sponsored by Heroku. Please do not get drunk. Take care of your voice. Thank you so much, Mexico.
realmente haga una limpieza buena de los recursos. Esto es una buena práctica también. Cuando yo le mando un signal interruption a mi proceso, yo me voy a desconectar de los clústeres de Kafka